pivots. He has made some really impressive throws. I mean, some of the best throws we've seen all season. But that gives me hope that when he does have a solid offensive line and a good offensive scheme, if you drop back in a big pop, you really have time to just settle his feet, go through his progressions, and make plays. With what I saw this year, I feel like his future is really bright.
I think there's one other player who's in a similar situation in an organization who's in a similar spot that was on our network today, the New Orleans Saints. Tyler Shuck is doing the same thing. I think consistently showing up, showing his toughness. Kellen Moore's doing a very good job of keeping that organization together, keeping them moving in the right direction. A shout out to Kellen as well.
Yeah, I mean, finishing the season strong has a lot to do with how you go to the next year. He's done it the second half of the season.
Yeah, and they let the young fella throw that route.
Yeah, there's a figure out what you got. Make some pass attempts at some time.
Yeah.
I just hope Cam Moore gets a little rest after the season because one thing's for sure, he's in shape.
Last home game as a New Orleans Saint, the recipient of a lot of sacks in that dome.
Yeah.
And he had a couple more today, which was impressive. We were talking about Tyler Shuck to the audience. Starting to play good football again as well. He's a set dynamic pass catcher on the outside.
And it helps when a quarterback is throwing the ball as much as he is. You saw that touchdown and him recognizing where to go immediately. He said, it's good to see that when you're a young quarterback, see guys run wide open. But it's a lot easier said than done. I know it's a simple play, but when you can recognize the coverage, you understand schematically where you're supposed to go with the ball, and then it turns out that the play comes open just like you practice it. You want to see a young guy make that throw within rhythm, and you can see week by week, Chuck is getting more and more comfortable in this offense. And just being a pro quarterback, it takes a little bit of time, especially when you're playing for a team that's struggling, that isn't playing for anything.
And they just won 3 games in a row, 2 against division opponents. So I'm going to tell you right now, so they are going to finish this season and try to finish this season on a high. It's a big deal. It was a real big deal. Particularly for Tyler Shuck, who came in the second half of this year and took over a quarterback. The growth he's gone through, the growth the team has gone through, that's something you can take into the offseason and build up to next year. No question.
explosive receiver for the Texans.
Yeah, when this man is on the field, those quarterbacks, they better watch out. I mean, this man is relentless, physical at the point of attack, very explosive, overwhelms blockers when they are in his way.
On the other side, Dave, that's Neil Hunter. And this guy's got 12 sacks, leads the team. This dynamic duo right here, I'll tell you, they're pretty special. Talk about Russian quarterback.
You know, whenever I was doing these Monday morning shows, we stopped doing whatever Nick was teaching me with the handshake. I mean, these guys, I mean, talking like a favorite teammate. Oh my gosh. Hey, you know what we talked about styles making fights, certainly in the world of boxing. Styles will certainly make the difference in this game. But Pittsburgh is one too, in terms of contrasting styles.
Yeah, I think it's a big game out of the trenches. You're talking about a team that likes to run the football, the Detroit Lions, a team that's had trouble stopping the run. The Pittsburgh Steelers, I think, will be a blocking determined there. This Pittsburgh Steelers team got to get off to a good start. They're not a team that can come from behind. So I think getting off to a good start will be a very, very important part of this game.
You said it, JB, styles make fights. Sometimes you got to dictate the style. I think Detroit, if you want to play this game the way you want to play, you want to get into the traffic. You want to get this game to look to score the most points. Look at the numbers right here. For that comparison, clearly the advantage to the Detroit Lions. Jared Goff, Roy Harms, more touchdowns, less interceptions. Top three in those two categories. Coming into the game today. They also have the ability to be explosive in the run game. Pittsburgh, on the other hand, I think you want to make this game as short as possible. Limit the number of possessions. Try and make it ugly. Try and make it physical. And try and limit the number of opportunities Detroit has on the offensive side of the ball to go score points.
Yeah, this is a heavyweight bout. I'm not talking about an Anthony Joshua, Jake Paul way. I'm talking about old school, late 80s, early 90s. These are two fighters that, you know, with Detroit, there's a lot of punches and punches. And like you said, they're going to get a lot of plays out there, put the ball in the hands of their playmakers and try to make it attractive. On the flip side, you have Aaron Rodgers, and like we always say, the last thing to leave is puncher's strength. So he can hit you a shot at any time that changes the complexion of the game. Now, they're going to kind of pepper the ball down the field. Gabriel's always been that guy that kind of gets the offense going when they struggle. But this is a game that really is about dictating one style and opposing them on the defense.
See, the Pittsburgh offense is coming into its own these last couple of weeks. Why? The deep ball. The deep ball to DK Metcalf is coming back into the offense again, particularly on the outside right now. We have none of the Detroit Lions. They're limited in the back end because of a lot of the injuries they had and been in the secondary. So it'll be interesting to see if they continue to do that, because that has been the thing that's propelled this offense the last 2 weeks. It's been a deep ball to DK Metcalf.
And let's be very clear. If it's one-on-one coverage, that ball's going up. It's old school for me on that. I mean, even a guy like Julio Jones, listen, you don't overcomplicate it.
No. You make it as simple as you can. If he's one-on-one, the ball's going up in the air. I think we can all agree that both defenses, both Detroit and Pittsburgh, have probably been disappointing on balance for the entire year. And I think whichever one of these defenses starts to step up, and there's injuries on the Detroit side that they've got to overcome, but whichever one, it's insane being said for the Steelers as well, guys that they're not going to have available to them, whichever one of these units steps up and is able to kind of slow down on the other side, I think is the advantage in this game today.
Yeah, what I saw from this Detroit offense early in the season, there was as much fluidity as I saw last year. But you're starting to see this offense really take shape, get comfortable with the play call and understanding who they are. Oh, man, look at that fella right there, coach. That's who the offense really was pretty good.
That's Darnell. That's a big man. That's
Mount Washington is what they call him.
Washington, 220 pounds. And again, I think when you look at this game right now, I think the biggest thing this game Pittsburgh may want to do in this game is to get the running game going, to slow down the pass rush. Because I think Aaron Rodgers in the last couple of weeks, he's had some time in that this defense for Pittsburgh Steelers, when they are playing well and they're getting turnovers. They give up a lot of yards. They get a lot of turnovers. Colin Tucker and Jalen Ramsey in the back end are going to have to be solid in terms of their tackling. Trey Porter's been some good tackles last 2 weeks. That secondary is going to get tested right now. Not only just in the passing game, but this one right game. Jameer Gibbs gets that next level.
Coach, one of the things you mentioned with respect to watching the game yesterday at Washington, you said there's nothing wrong that the coach, I think Sirianni was still tweaking at this late point in the season. Aaron Rodgers and what he has there in Pittsburgh is late in the season.
Very much the same way, Jake. I think I said Arthur Smith this on his nice pitch with Aaron Rodgers in terms of, like I said, deep balls going back into the game. And I think again, Kenneth Gainwell has a great game and a short tempo of game. And he gets a lot of extra yards as well. So I think controlling the ball, time of possession, going back to the same thing, keeping that Detroit offense off the field, keeping that defense, which is a little bit depleted, particularly at the front end, in terms of not having TJ, not having Eckler. That's going to be very, very important to do that. So time of possession is going to be a big part of this game as well.
I think even starting Thursday night, watching through the weekend, aggressive play by coaches on fourth downs is going to translate the entire weekend. And I am curious to see.
We know that can't go.
How aggressive are we going to be? And on the opposite side, Mike Tomlin, the same thing. We talk about shortening that. Is he going to be aggressive in certain situations to try and keep that Detroit defense, excuse me, that Detroit offense off the field?
So this is like that. He knows these 2 games, he still have the division. Exactly. So the Cardinals are going to how about if this one, they keep bashing the picture down? Yes, maybe they can have them in place. Who doesn't want to back up there? Make sure Jared Goff does not get up. Amen first. Make Jared Goff feels that's the big opportunity in this game.
I don't think Dan Campbell has that luxury like Mike Tomlin has, because on the Detroit side, you are chasing. They don't have the luxury of outside of yes, exactly. Coach to games because Green Bay Packers, they still sit in front. Can they come back to step in last night with that loss to Chicago? Coach, they gave me a great opportunity right here for Detroit to get back in that wild-card race, to make a push, to get back into the playoffs. This is important. That is a big experience for them not to make the playoffs. I think they get there. They can get on the ground. Yeah, another thing we're not talking about is much. One of the things we're really talking about these 2 teams is not just their aggressive play calling, the aggressive play of the extra athletes on the field. I understand it's football. Guys are not necessarily, man. Not every game is as physical as the other. And we all know this. When it comes to Detroit and Pittsburgh, it's all different ball game, especially with the stakes, playoff implications, and these 2 teams in particular. When I was playing for the Minnesota Vikings, the Seattle Seahawks, and the Detroit Lions, I played against both versions of Pittsburgh Steelers. Coach Cowher Steelers and also Tom Steelers. And one thing is consistent. Them dudes fly around like no other. I remember going into halftime on the game thinking to myself, what the hell did this coaching staff say to their team that has these guys so angry? I did not get it. And then another player, you know, Tyrone Carter. Tyrone Carter came playing with me. I asked him about how he was coached. He said, we're coached to play aggressively from the start of the game to the very end. So that's another thing we're going to pay attention to. When you're at home watching this game and enjoying it, watch how these dudes fly around and try to send a message with every single hit.
Pittsburgh's not trying to change this narrative that's taking place late in the season. And right now they got Jason Dawes against a premier team with the Detroit Lions. Right now they should be one to prove just from a cultural standpoint.
Speaking of changing the narrative, and Drew Koski must know, is there any truth to the fact that at this late moment, Jerome Bettis might be going out to let the referees know whether they want heads?
Thanksgiving, I'll tell you, thanks, JP. It's a great memory. And when that, matter of fact, we lost that game, and that was our, and we never won a game after that. So thank you for that. Yeah, I'll take the toss. It's actually one of the worst Christmases I ever had because I also had a dinner like the night before our last.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, so somebody was just like,
Man, that took a dark turn.
well, JP brought up the coin toss. We lost that game.
No, I'm giving the credit to Drew Gillespie, excellent producer, which is that Drew Peterson, don't even put me in.
Chicken Air versus Detroit. In that same game.
From the Steel City to the Motor City, Steelers Lions coming up next on CBS. Thanks for tuning in and listening to my NFL Pittsburgh Steeler Detroit Lion live play watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit that red subscribe button. Notification bell next to it as well to stay update here on YouTube. Links once again in the description below. Thumbs up button, share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag here we go. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well, as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Also, be sure to click the first top link in the description below and hit hype if available on your YouTube screen. So as the NFL Today on CBS concludes following the 1 o'clock games here, this NFL Week 16, we'll get into the late afternoon window with the game of the week, as the NFL will have Pittsburgh and Detroit, both teams sitting at 8-6, squaring off the Sunday before Christmas. So hopefully everyone has a Merry Christmas on Thursday. But the Lions minus 7.5 today, over under at 52.5. But Mike Tomlin is going for a career win 200 this afternoon, as the Steelers, with a 9th win either today, next week, or even in 2 weeks' time, would clinch their 22nd straight non-losing season, meaning obviously above 500, which would surpass America's team, the Dallas Cowboys streak from 1965 to 1985. So, hello friends, there's Jim Nance, Tony Romo, Tracy Wolfson on the call for CBS, but Steelers playoff situation is still obviously take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. But 8-6 to get to 9 wins. Really, they just have to beat the Ravens Week 18 to win the AFC North to make the playoffs. So obviously, we'll see what happens here down the stretch from now until then over these next couple weeks. At the Lions today before Christmas, at the Browns next Sunday after Christmas before New Year's. So hopefully everyone has a happy New Year then as well. But then the Ravens at home Week 18. The Steelers today, though, just like any other game, they're going to have to be able to run the football and stop the run. Plain and simple, end of story. They have been able to run the football effectively in most of their games this season, but not all of their games this season. But then it's also on the defensive side, they've had trouble stopping the run and covering the pass. And with as many weapons as the Lion offense has, even though they are banged up, just like Pittsburgh is, top to bottom, left to right, in all three phases of the game: offense, defense, and special teams. But really, who isn't hurt at this point in time in the season? But Pittsburgh is going to have to be able to run the football and stop the run, force pressure on Jared Goff, but it's turnovers. Okay, Pittsburgh's at 8-6, just like Detroit is. We'll get into the series history here in a minute as we're awaiting kickoff. They haven't met in 4 years. Neither of these teams have beat each other in 8 years, because last they met, it ended in a tie. But turnover margin, Lions +9, Steelers +10. When the Steelers are turning the football over, they are losing. When they are forcing and capitalizing off of turnovers, putting points on the board, as Boswell kicks off left to right across the television screen, ready on O'Dowd. Lions on the kickoff return, out past 20, 25 to the 27-yard line. That's where they'll set up shop, 1st and 10. So here come Goff, Gibbs, Montgomery, St. Brown, Jameson Williams. Like I said, they have with the offensive line, Glasnow's out. Every damn position. I mean, Dan Campbell's been biting off kneecaps since he arrived in Motown. I mean, remember, they were winless when they tied the Steelers a couple years ago. But in that game and then shortly then after, that's when you could really start to, feel and see the turn of the franchise. Because since the Steelers and Lions tied in 2021, the Lions have gone 47-26 since that game until today. But that first play of the game goes for 7 yards far side of the 35-yard line. So they'll have a 2nd and 3 from there. Goff up under center, going to fake the run, and down he goes on the sack. And it's Keanu Benton, back in Big Ten country, played his college ball in Madison, Wisconsin. A whole pack of Badgers on the Steeler defensive line, but TJ Watt out once again today with his lung issue. Health, obviously, more important than playing, though, as mentioned last week. So hopefully get well soon and return to play for him at some point in time. We'll see. Nick Herbig also out, but Benton in the middle with Cam Hayward. I believe Derek Harmon has returned from his injury. So 3rd and 11. Hey, quick 3 and out. They get the hell off the field, and the Lions are going to punt so they can get the ball. So, gave up 7 yards, but then the sack backed him up. They were on a screen and nowhere to go. 4th down, and we'll see the Steeler offense here in a minute. But, Detroit hasn't really run the football yet, but they still got the Steeler defense still has to stop the run. But it's forcing pressure on Goff. Calvin Austin on the punt return gets a couple yards out of bounds. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh, about 2 minutes in. So here comes Aaron Rodgers. He's 18-8 all time against the Lions. Obviously, all those meetings from his days in the NFC North with the Green Bay Packers. And he averages 252 yards a game and 2 touchdowns versus the Lions. So, Pittsburgh, it starts up front. We'll talk about the defense again in a minute, but back to the run game. You have to be able to run the football this time of year if you want to win football games. They'll roll out, and pass going to be incomplete, intended for DK Metcalf. So obviously you have Metcalf at wide receiver. We've had a few receivers step up as of late, but they've still been, working 11, 12, 13 personnel, in jumbo packages with the tight ends. But 2nd and 10. See if they draw up here. But Kenny G's been playing damn good ball. Kenneth Gainwell. We're in Motown, for God's sake, so hopefully the Steelers can make some noise. Austin's in motion. They'll run Jalen Warren. He'll bulldoze forward 35, 40, 1st down on a run of 12. So they'll move the sticks and get a new set of downs, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. So, you got to start somewhere. You got to be balanced. You got to be consistent. Momentum, rhythm. Get the first down of this game here today by either team. But just don't be turning the ball over, okay? No turnovers. I said when they turn the ball over, they're losing. When they're creating, capitalizing off turnovers on defense, they're winning football games. They'll fake the run. Rodgers going to roll out and then dumps it off. It's high. It's incomplete. Almost picked off. But Darnell Washington, the intended target, he's become a fan favorite. All 320 pounds of him at tight end, but incomplete on a screen to him. 2nd and 10 here. But yeah, they got to run the football. Got to stop the run. But run that screen game that, they do like to run. They have been starting to air it out more down the field. I think it's just taken some time to this point. It's a long season, but From injuries to just not playing good football at times. And, they're trying to win 3 in a row for the first time since late September, mid-October here today. So 5 yards to DK, be 3rd and 5, 3 minutes in. So see if they can convert, get a new set of downs, keep this drive rolling. We'll work out of that. But 3rd and 5, Pittsburgh on a short week, I might add, and on the road because they just beat the Miami Dolphins at home Monday night. But weather not a factor today, even though it's cold out. We're indoors, home of the Detroit Lions, but home to the Super Bowl 40 champion Pittsburgh Steelers 20 years ago, this upcoming February. And on 3rd and 5, Rodgers finds Darnell Washington wide open over the middle, and they'll move the sticks. So, that's, 2 third down conversions now into Lion territory on the cusp of field goal range. Like I said, weather not going to be a factor. So, if you got to kick it, settle for 3, take your points, then by all means. Obviously, you got to score touchdowns, though, too. But Gainwell gets the give up the middle for a decent-sized gain, 5 yards. So, be 2nd and medium, 2nd and manageable coming up. See if they can go the distance here and take an early road lead. I'll take 3. 7's even better, but with a lead, a run game, especially when you're on the road, hopefully you're going to work clock then later on and just put the pressure on your opponent, not yourself. Fake the run on 2nd and 5. Rodgers going to get sacked back at the 42. So now it's going to be 3rd and a mile. And, 3rd and 14. See if they can, get some of that yardage back rather than, losing some more, let alone throwing incompletion. Just, you don't need to get all these 14. Just get half of it, kick it. From here at the 41-yard line, you're looking at a damn near 60-yarder. Everybody running around. Rodgers going to call timeout. So 9:30 to play in the first quarter. Steelers call their first timeout. It'll still be 3rd and 14 here when we snap the ball on this next play. So, everybody's running around in motion, seemingly not knowing what the hell is going on, and Rodgers just turned around and timeout. Make sure you're set. Make sure you're good to go. We'll hit the reset button here again in a minute as well. So stay tuned. But big game for both these teams today, no doubt about it. They're both 8-6. It's AFC, NFC. This will be the Steelers' last NFC game of the season, unless they make the Super Bowl. But 3rd and 14 here from the 41. Rodgers in the gun. Back to his left. And now Gainwell will motion up the block. And then they run a screen to him. And that's going to be incomplete. So 4th and 14 now from the 41. And like I said, you're looking at a damn near 60-yard field goal now. Kick it. Why the hell not? Like I said, you're indoors. Weather's not a factor. Boswell's arguably one of the best, if not the best kicker in the National Football League. So it'll be from 59 yards officially. And this will give the Steelers an early 3-0 lead with a make from the snap to the hole to the kick. Right down Broadway. Steelers lead 3-0 with 9:21 to play in this first quarter. So here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Drive stalled out there after the sack, but it's still early. A lot of football to be played. The defense did, get early 3 and out, and then you go drive and, score 3. So Obviously would have loved the touchdown drive, but points are points, especially in a game as high-powered as this is, at least on paper. But obviously, also knowing how damn good the Detroit Lions are as well. But then knowing how, Pittsburgh plays with, the game's going to be close. It's, as I always say, typical Steeler game. It's going to be a close, hard-fought game that's going to come down to the wire, in which the defense is going to need to stop. So, wouldn't be surprised that happens once again here today, but only time will tell, obviously. That's why they play the game. It's not on paper, it's not on the field, so I'll leave it at that. But yeah, Steelers lead 3-0 here. Under 10 to play in this first quarter, so yeah, we're underway and rolling here this Sunday afternoon. First day of winter, December 21st, 2025. 409 on 99, but here we go, Steelers. Here we go. 3-0 over the Lions. So as I was saying, once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But going to see the Steeler defense back out there in a minute. Benton had the sack. I missed who had the tackle far side on the first play, but they had a gang group tackle on the screen near side on that third long before they got off the field and, forced the punt, and then the offense, drove and kicked the field goal there. But overall, big picture, long story short, with everything I've already said, everything I'm still about to say, this is a meaningful game. It's still a must-win game, but if the Pittsburgh Steelers lose it, it's okay. They really just have to, once again, like I said, beat the Baltimore Ravens Week 18 to win the AFC North, and that's really the only way they're going to be making the playoffs because of their record and everybody else's record in the wild card positions currently, and then obviously head-to-head, tiebreakers, which they have, but then they don't have. So, but yeah, it's just take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. It's still one game at a time, but you'd like them to win here today, win next week, but if they don't, then they still just have to beat the Ravens, Week 18 to win the division. Of the three games, this would be the one to lose because they play at the Browns next Sunday. And obviously that's an AFC North game as well, as they obviously split with Cincinnati, beat the Browns, fumble on the play, and it'll be a loss of about 4 make it 5 back to the 29. So 2nd and 15 coming up for the Lions. So the Lions starting off a little sluggish. Yeah, Gibbs coughed it up and then was luckily able to recover his own fumble. And then the Steelers pounce on him. So he's down by contact then. Yeah, 2nd and long here. 8.5 and counting to play in this first quarter, but Goff looking to throw and pass near side, caught. And then Patrick Queen with Brandon Echols on the stop. But yeah, of any of the three games, this is the one, if you don't win it and you end up losing it, it's fine. Obviously, then they just wouldn't have done good against the NFC North this year. They beat the, Vikings in Ireland, but then, they lost the Packers, they lost the Bears a month ago, and, here's today if, they'd either win or lose that as well. But, yeah, they split the Bengals, beat the Browns before they, started being inconsistent. Lose in and then win in and then, win, loss. 2-game winning streak here. Trying to win 3 in a row since, they beat the Browns mid-October, on the same day somebody was fired. And then, okay, you already beat the Ravens then as well. So if you sweep Baltimore, as I said, take care of business, will sort itself out. But really, Pittsburgh just has to beat the Ravens week 18 and win the AFC North. But yeah, third down, the Lions convert. So new set of downs now, 1st and 10 from the 45. Tight end in motion. They'll run the football, and Gibbs is going to be wrapped up by Highsmith, along with Jack Sawyer. And those two coming off the edge, going to have to play a lot here today because of the injuries, but they're going to have to play well as well. TJ Watt out, Nick Herbig out, James Pierre's out in the secondary. A couple injuries on offense. We'll talk about that in a minute, but pass caught, Queen on the stop, no penalty on the play. Maybe they'd throw something for that, but good they didn't though. So move on. But it's still next man up mentality. I don't care who it is. You look at the linebackers with Patrick Queen in the middle, obviously, as he's made a couple stops now here today. I mean, Steelers defense is led by, TJ Watt, but now second game without him. We know the record when he doesn't play, it's not good, but they did win last week without him. He's out again today with a lung issue. It's a collapsed lung, if you did not know. Suffered in practice almost 2 weeks ago, and he had emergency surgery, and hopefully he's doing better and okay, and we'll get back to the field of play, soon. But obviously, a lung issue like that, I mean, that's way more important than playing a football game, because you need your lungs to breathe, okay, to just live, just not even, play football, but to live your life, just like, with your heart and pumping blood, and then obviously your brain. So you got to have those three organs working properly and functioning. But Dave Montgomery, the former Iowa State Cyclone, his former college football coach, and Matt Campbell is now a Penn State Nittany Lion, but his current head coach, and Dan Campbell, was obviously the head coach of the Detroit Lions. Obviously, we are Penn State. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. But that pass by Jared Goff, intended for Monteron St. Brown, with Joey Porter on the coverage, incomplete. It'll be second down, I believe. 2nd and 10, if I'm mistaken. Yes, 4:43 to play in this first quarter. But, they're going to need Highsmith and, Sawyer to really step up coming off the edge. They claimed Jeremiah Moon off of waivers from the Carolina Panthers just this past week. He's played with Pittsburgh in the past, more so in training camp in the preseason. The Steelers actually played at Detroit, not this past preseason to start this season off, but at the start of the 24 campaign, and that preseason was the final preseason game. Obviously, these teams only play each other, once every 4 years, as AFC versus NFC with that divisional matchup. But then also, the NFL with that extra add-in game now, it's like they very well could play each other, sooner, but they haven't. So 2nd and goal from the 3. Tesla in motion, and they'll run it, and then Jack Sawyer read it right from the start. Tackle for loss for him, and 3rd and goal Lions. He obviously hates Michigan. He played at Ohio State, and he takes down Jahmyr Gibbs at the 6. So 3rd and goal Lions from there. But yeah, need a big game today from both Highsmith and Sawyer coming off the edge. 3rd and goal Lions from the 6. They'll fake it. Little shuffle pass. Steelers read that. Cam Hayward, Sawyer. And now it'll be 4th and goal from the 2, and it looks like they're going to line up to go for it. We know how Dan Campbell is and being aggressive. We'll talk more about that a little bit later on because it's gotten them in trouble in the past, but it's also worked out in their favor as well. But in big games, it's hit or miss. So 4th and goal Lions from the 3. Remember, this was the original goal to go spot just a minute ago. And Goff going to fake the run. That's a hold. And then Goff rolling out and then pass incomplete to the goal line. And it'll be a turnover on downs. Steeler defense gets off the field once again. They're going to have to go a ways, obviously. But Joey Porter on the coverage. Almost had Goff sacked. Hayward hit him as he threw it, but it falls incomplete. Turnover on downs. 1st and 10 Steelers when we come back. Steelers lead 3-0. 2 minutes to play in the first quarter. So, hey, go on a drive. Go the distance. Go work some clock. Extend your lead. You know, I mean, if you got to settle for another field goal, you know, so be it. 6-0, still 1 score. I get it, but 2-score lead, you know, early on the road would be awesome right about now. But there's still a lot of football to be played. You know, this game ain't over by a long shot. So, but no, Steelers defense playing their ass off right about now. Good to see Derek Harmon back out there. You know, he's missed a few games this season. Actually, more than a few. Rookie out of Oregon with a knee injury. But obviously, Benton had the sack on that opening drive. You know, Cam Hayward had the pressure on that 4th down play. But as long as Patrick Queen, you know, holds the middle of the defense, especially with TJ out off the edge, and Highsmith and Sawyer are playing the way they are today, you know, for a full 60, that's the thing. Pittsburgh's got to play a full 60. They can't just, you know, I mean, obviously it's not a slow start and then they're getting momentum and then they're either holding on to it or losing it and blowing it in the second half. You do like the fast start here, you know, hot 3-0 lead, you know, in the cold Midwest, even though we're indoors. But Joey Porter, surprisingly, they're not throwing penalties against him. Don't want to jinx it, knock on wood, but I mean, good coverage for him thus far on St. Brown, and just like I said, if they can stop the run, you know, and shut Gibbs and Montgomery down. I mean, Montgomery had a big run there. You know, Goss had some okay passes. More incompletions, though. I do believe we'll get some stats in a minute, but yeah, more incompletions than completions thus far. Once again, it's early, though. You know, this line offense can really, you know, blow up and score points, though, in a heartbeat. So that's what they were saying pregame. And it's true. Like, Pittsburgh, you want to slow it down best you can. Play your brand of football. Make the Lions uncomfortable. It's not like the Lions can't play. Because Dan Campbell is, I've always said, a lot like Bill Cowher. Just that tough, gritty, you know, type of coach. But could have had 3 points there, you know, tied up. But they go for it, don't get it, and they're still down 3-0 now. So Steelers run the football. Jalen Warren brought down at the 1, so he loses 2. So now they got to be careful. No safety, you know, no blocked punt. I mean, if you don't do anything here, you'll punt, flip the field for what it's worth. Detroit will probably get the ball around midfield, though. And then, you know, it's a field position game, and then you're just back out there on defense, hopefully continue to make stops. But offensively, as now 2nd and 12 from the 1, Rodgers going to be up under center with Zach Frazier snapping the football to him. Bubble screen complete. Adam Thielen far side. He's also used to playing in this building against the Lions, but not with Rodgers and the Packers. But yeah, former Viking, was with Carolina, went back to Minnesota, and then he said he wanted to be on a contender down the stretch. They released him. Pittsburgh claimed him off of waivers. He's now played in 3 games. He's had, a couple catches. Nothing, really major, but on 2nd and 12, get some 7 yards there to get a 3rd and 5 at the 8, just make it a little easier. See what they do here. But him and MVS, obviously, that's Calvin Austin, far side, 19. But, hey, they move the sticks, 1st and 10, so drive continues. They don't have to snap it if they don't want to. Game clock is under the play clock by about 3 seconds, so that'll probably do it for the first quarter of play. Actually, they'll break the huddle. We'll see if they snap it, though. They might just try to draw them off sides and have a 1st and 5 compared to 1st and 10 to begin the second quarter. We'll see. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, end of the first quarter. Steelers lead the line 3-0 as MVS was in motion on that play, but those 2 receivers, their play as of late, MVS had a touchdown last week on Monday Night Football against the Dolphins. 2 catches in 2 games for him. He had 1 against Baltimore, had 1 for the score last week. In motion there, but that's why you haven't seen Roman Wilson active. He's been out, just number game. They ended up, like I said, signing MVS to the practice squad, got him acclimated after a little while. Obviously, he's played with Rodgers. He knows what he's going to do. Obviously, you got to know what the Steeler offense is going to be running, though, too, at the same point in time. But reliable, because they love Calvin Austin for whatever reason. I don't know why. He really hasn't done a hell of a lot. But it's still the run game, the receivers there, but the tight ends. Pat Fryermuth had a very quiet season. Darnell Washington's come on, though. Jonnu Smith quiet after the trade from Miami. Did have a rushing touchdown, though, last week. And then you have, Connor Hayward on the quarterback sneaks, whenever that comes up. But, yeah, just they got to keep it simple. One thing at a time, balance, consistency, momentum, rhythm. They have momentum. They have some rhythm right now. Like I said, I get it's early. A lot of football they played, but a 3-0 lead on the road is a 3-0 lead on the road. And 15 minutes in, you're up 3-0. You've got off the field now twice on defense, forcing a punt on a quick 3-and-out, and then a turnover on downs to go the distance to extend your lead and also work some clock in the meantime. So if you can, like I said, get the run game going, get a drive going here, score some more, you're going to have everything on your side. Obviously, knock on wood, hopefully, so we've also talked about this season, the Pittsburgh Steelers having, first halftime leads, and then they blow it in the second half. So it's one thing at a time. So we'll see what Rodgers does here. But they do get that first down here. 1st and 10 at the 16 for the Pittsburgh Steelers to begin the second quarter of play with a 3-0 lead over the hosting Detroit Lions. Out of the eye, Rodgers will hand off, and Kenneth Gainwell up the middle, out past the 30 to 35-yard line. So they'll move the sticks. There's a nice little spark for you on an explosive play. Good block up front. Frazier McCormick, Hayward hit the hole and went. Good to see Andrews Pete out there. He's missed about past game and a half with an injury. That's why Dylan Cook's been playing at left tackle, but they're both playing here today. Obviously, because Broderick Jones is still out at left tackle, but then, you know, you have Isaac Siamalu also out at left guard, and then for them to still be able to use Spencer Anderson, you know, as the jumbo man. So, got a delay here. I don't think there's a penalty on the play, but we'll see what the Zebras are going to say. It looks like they buzzed down from up above for a potential injury for somebody in the Lion defense, so he's going to have to get checked out. Obviously, the safety with concussions, and now they'll reset the clock and the play clock. But in the meantime, still 1st and 10 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Ball at the 34-yard line. Rodgers will hand off on a draw, and Gainwell will meet the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. 2nd and 10, but yeah, just keep it going here. CBS giving us some updates. We will update some scores at halftime. Take a look around the NFL this week 16 already. Hard to believe. I mean, shit, Christmas is on Thursday. Snuck up on us this year, but we'll recap week 16. We'll preview week 17. We'll have stats and scores, but 2nd and 10, make it incomplete, intended for DK Metcalf. 3rd and 10 now for the Pittsburgh offense. If nothing, at least you got what? Probably 30, 35 yards there after being backed up after the defensive stop. You punt, you play field position, you hold the lead for the time being. And then you just get back out there and keep making stops. From the 34, 3rd and 10. Rodgers in the gun. Gonna throw late as he avoided a sack. They might want intentional grounding, but that's not a penalty. Is intended for Calvin Austin. Incomplete. 4th down. Steelers going to punt for the first time today, and the Lions are going to get the ball back. So the Lions going for it. Didn't cost them anything other than, say, tying the game up at 3, let alone taking the lead. But their defense, gave it 1st down or 2, but they do stop Pittsburgh and now force the punt. So 13:41 to play in the half. Steelers with 3-0 lead on to punt it away. And on the return from the 20, flag on the play as well. Probably a hold or a block in the back. There's Danny Smith chewing on his bubble gum. See what the dirty laundry is from the Zebras. It's obviously going to be against Pittsburgh because they're talking to Dan Campbell, the Lions, on what they want to do. Maybe re-kick it. Maybe take the 5 yards. So they'll show a replay of it. What? So it's an illegal touch. He was out of bounds for too long. Didn't reestablish. Carl Sheffers is our Whitecapper today. So 1st down Lions. When we come back, they'll take a TV timeout. So we'll get back to it after this commercial break. And 13:30 to play in the half. Steelers lead 3-0. But once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always great appreciated as well. Go check out Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Their links are also in the description below. Click the first top link in the description below if you haven't done so already. It's as good as a QR code when this would be a normal video, but audio only, hence the black screen. And then hit hype if available on your YouTube screen. So yeah, 3-0 Steelers early second quarter, but both teams, I guess, sort of have a running game thus far. Nothing really major, though, to this point. I think the Steelers have done a better job of making defensive stops, though, compared to the Lions, but still early. So, you got to play full 60 once again. You got to play a whole game. You can't be getting momentum, and then blowing it, and then hoping to be in it late. But they just like to play that way 9 times out of 10, though, too. So, inactives today for the Steelers. We've talked about TJ Watt and Nick Herbig being out, and so Highsmith and Sawyer have to step up off the edge. But, yeah, James Pierre's out once again in the secondary. So, Asante Samuel had played for him a week ago, had an interception. Obviously, Joey Porter's playing good here so far today with some good coverages, no penalties called against him. He normally gets the flag thrown. That's why I say that. But, Eccles has been getting more playing time, obviously, after they got rid of both Juan Thornhill and Darius Slay. Killebrew's been out all season with a knee injury. Chuck Clark's played a little bit. But really, the Steelers defense is TJ Watt off the edge, Cam Hayward in the middle, Patrick Queen at linebacker, and then Jalen Ramsey in the back end. Peppers is playing, more special teams of anything. But yeah, Asante Samuel Jr. had the interception a week ago. We'll see how just the whole entire defense is going to play here today against a better team than they played a week ago in Miami. Even though Miami was still in contention for the playoffs going into that game, and then they get blown out, and then they scored a couple garbage touchdowns. But I said it a week ago too. If they can get Deshaun Elliott back, in due time from his injury, obviously that would help out. But Kyle Duggar's been the guy, other than Ramsey, in the back end of this defense since they traded for him from the New England Patriots. And he missed a game with an injury, but he's been one of the playmakers in the back end. As 1st and 10, 2nd and 11 now for the Lions. As CBS cues the Christmas music for showing off this Lion graphic for the Lions being 8-6. So 2nd and 12 from the 43. That pass complete. Jamison Williams gets out of bounds. It'll be 3rd and medium. 3rd and 6. But see if the Steeler defense can once again get the hell off the field. Goss pass caught, 1st down Lions, St. Brown inside the 20. There's a penalty on the play, though. Might be coming back. Holding on the defense, going to be declined, 1st down Lions. So, They go 0 for 2 on that play. They give up the first down and get a penalty called against them, and be line ball around the 20-yard line, 1st and 10. But I mean, maybe good fortune their kick, but hell, shit, they went for it on that 4th and goal, and then didn't get it. So that's why they still have nothing, or else they'd be tied with the Steelers right now at 3. But Highsmith playing well, tackle for loss again. He's really stepping up with no TJ Watt. He is the Steelers' Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee, I might add, as well. But yeah, we see what you did, Tony Romo. Quit trying to be fucking funny. Highsmith, high-stepping. Just shut the fuck up and let Jim Nantz call the game. 2nd and 11 from the 18. And Goss pass over the middle, incomplete, intended for Gibbs, but Queen on the hit. And then it falls incomplete. Incomplete, 3rd and 11. Force a kick. Force the kick. 3rd and 11. Do not give up 12 yards. Goss pass far side, incomplete. So 4th down, they will have to kick it. Some trash talking, but here comes the field goal attempt by the Lions. So this field goal will be from 36 yards out. Ball, middle of the field. Kick is good. 3-3 with 10-10 to play in the half. Steelers can get the ball back. 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning. And going to try to score the first touchdown of the game today by either team when we come back. Only time will tell. But both teams are 8-6. Both teams are currently in the playoff picture. Steelers is 4th seed in the AFC. Lions technically in the hunt in the NFC, just with the NFC North being as loaded as it is this year. And then the game we saw last night with the Packers and Bears. But still, once again, a must-win for both teams here today. But Steelers lead the all-time series between themselves and the Detroit Lions, 17-14-2. They haven't played, once again, since they tied each other in 2021. And then the Lions got good. As, once again, remember, they were winless going into that game. And Roethlisberger was out. I don't remember exactly why, but Mason Rudolph had started. This was Ben's last year in 21. This is the year they lost to the Chiefs in the playoffs. But, I don't know, early mid-November, they tied the Lions, the Steelers did. Like 16-16 or 20-20 or something along those lines. It was ugly. I'll say that much. It was a low-scoring defense showdown. And, they tied in 21, but they had tied back in the 50s or 60s as well. That's why the all-time record, Steelers lead the series 17-14-2. But since that game, the Lions have gone 47-26 over 4 years now, including the playoffs. Including probably what should have been a Super Bowl appearance a couple years ago against the Chiefs. But because of Dan Campbell being overly aggressive and not kicking field goals, like we saw on that opening drive, they went for it, didn't get it. They get the stop, get the ball back, they kick it, tied at 3, but they could have a 6-3 lead there right now. But we're tied at 3. But yeah, because the Lions didn't kick field goals against the 49ers, they ended up losing. Obviously, the Lions also got upset in the playoffs last year. And now this year, hell, they might even miss the playoffs depending on what happens down the stretch. But Steelers on the kickoff return, 1st and 10, as we're tied at 3. But the Steelers actually haven't played in Detroit in the regular season in 8 years. It's just how the NFL schedule is set up. It's every 4 years you play each other, but every 8 years it's on the road. Remember, that was a Sunday night game then. That's when Juju was riding bicycles. But they actually played in Detroit, not this past preseason as mentioned, but 24 preseason. They lost that game, but then, went, 10-3 before they lost out, and then lost in the playoffs last year. And then they're 8-6 right now. Inconsistent, obviously, but trying to build off of another 2-game winning streak and win 3 in a row for the first time since, late September, early to mid-October now. This year. Pat Freiermuth on the tight end screen. Doesn't get anything out of it. It's 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10 from the 28. And Gainwell to the 33. So Pittsburgh will have a 3rd down and about 5. Yeah, 3rd and 6 from there. But, the Steelers haven't played in Detroit in the regular season since 2017. It was also the last time they won in Motown. The Lions, I might add, haven't beat the Steelers home, away, neutral site. If they would, say, play in Cleveland or Columbus or Toledo or anywhere in between. 3rd and 6 from the 32 for the Steelers. Rodgers out of an empty set. Quick pass, complete, Freiermuth, and he'll get 3, but they're going to be short, 4th down. They'll punt again, so. But yeah, the last time the Lions beat the Steelers, it was Thanksgiving Day, 1998. And we all know what happened. Jerome Bettis called tails. But I'll digress. But Steelers on to punt. So, hot start. Now they've cooled off. And boom, big hit by Skoranek as soon as he caught it. Yeah, no flag, no fair catch, and no kick-catch interference. Yep. How you doing? But timeout on the field. We'll get back to it in a minute. We're tied at 3. But, yeah, just we'll see what happens here. It feels to the point now everybody's settled into this game. Something's got to give eventually. But it just might be that this low-scoring defensive showdown. Defense needs to stop. Bending but not breaking. But only time will tell. But Steeler defense, if they can keep doing what they're doing, I think they'll be all right. We'll see. I mean, the offense just, they sputter. And here we go again with that. But, yeah, get after Goff, stop the run. Like I've said with turnovers, when they're turning the ball over, they're losing. When they're getting turnovers to score off of them, they're winning. But, yeah. Just, what do we got time-wise here this second quarter? We'll update some stats here in a second as well. But mid-second quarter, 7:54 to go in the half. Steelers have 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning. Lions have 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. But remember, the Steelers are going to get the ball back to begin the second half as they kicked off to begin the game. So they can get a stop and maybe do something before halftime, then do something again early third quarter, get that 2-for-1 and double dip at it. We'll see, but yeah, I'll leave it at that. And then just have to see what happens one play at a time. But we'll update stats in a minute. Obviously, once again, we'll recap Week 16, preview Week 16 as well. But see if the Steeler defense can make some more stops. And Goff gonna get sacked by Cam Hayward. Cam Hayward and Keanu Benton. So it'll be 2nd and long. From the 9, 2nd and 15. Goff's bubble screen incomplete, 3rd down. So 3rd down. Just don't go up 16 yards. No penalties either. Get off the field. Goff, pass caught. Brandon Echols right there to wrap him up. 4th down, they'll punt. Pittsburgh can get the ball back. And potentially with, some decent field position to work with. And obviously now 6:40 and counting to play in the half. You got some time. You got timeouts with 2-minute warning to go on a drive, go score here before halftime. Get the ball back to begin the second half. You're going to have momentum on your side. So the Lions on the punt. And a fair catch by Pittsburgh at the 30. And now we got a flag on the play. Got a hold on the kickoff, or the punt return, excuse me. So they'll take another TV timeout, get back to it after this commercial break, but it'll be 1st and 10 Steelers. We're tied at 3, 6:18 to play in the half. And see if the black and gold can make some noise in Motown before halftime.
15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. The treatment is 4 times a year, so why wait? Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, naked injection site pain, and headache. To receive Botox if there's a skin infection, tell your doctor your medical history. Muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 91% of patients wish they'd started Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, you may pay $0.
Evan Smith is a legendary football and dancing star, but he was always got to go like a regular person. So we had one translate. The whole routine was getting stable.
His last insurance company wasn't doing it for him.
So, that's my type of job.
It's much to go.
Like 5, 6, 7, 8,
Dollars. He saved over $900 by switching.
You're not Evan Smith, but we'll treat you right well. It feels good to get the star treatment. It feels good to get it go. Get a little stuffed crust crust for $9.99 from Little Caesars. It has delicious bread crumbs and cheese stuffed crust. I mean,
It's crunch test.
you read my mind, Kel. Get a little crispy stuffed crust. Only $9.99. Little Caesars is the real deal.
Pizza, pizza. Any Daisy design transforms any space. And Intuit QuickBooks pulls everything together in one place with AI agents working for her who comes up and trusted experts working with her.
It's looking for
Great. Over there, how to do it with Intuit QuickBooks.
December 31st. Spend the night. Live in Music City. Join us. Bert Kreischer, along with Jason Aldean, Lady Wilson, Riley Zimmerman, and more. Nationals Big Bash Season Wednesday, December 31st at 10 Paramount Plus.
So 1st and 10 Steelers. We're tied at 3 here as we near halftime. Aaron Rodgers is 7 of 12, 45 yards passing. Gainwell, 3 carries, 23 yards rushing. Jalen Warren, 2 of 9. And Darnell Washington, the leading receiver with a catch for 18 yards as Jonnu Smith is in motion. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 21. They'll toss Jalen Warren near side. He'll lose a yard. 2nd and 11. Second and 10 officially, so they say no gain on that play. Rodgers, they run a screen with Warren. And he'll cut and then dive forward to the 27. It'll be 3rd down. 3rd and 4. So they give him 6. Just get 4 or 5 yards and get a 1st down and work out of that. You know, keep it simple, one thing at a time. Third and 4, out of an empty 5-wide set. Rodgers going to get sacked. So they will punt once again for the 3rd consecutive drive. So the Steelers punt, Lions on the punt return from the 26, 30, 35 to the 38. 1st and 10 from there with about 4 minutes to play in this first half. And yeah, they still got 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning themselves, to do something before halftime. And then, Pittsburgh's going to get the ball back to begin the second half, but Steeler offense not looking good now compared to, especially that opening drive, which stalled out. They kicked it. Luckily, it was good from 59 yards, but Boswell's that good, so was good. They're up 3-0. It's tied at 3, but offensively, it's been punt since. So 3-3. Lions ball, 1st and 10 when we come back. Come on, defense. What do you got? From the 38, 1st and 10. Goss pass caught, 1st down. Tesla out past midfield. From the 48 of Pittsburgh, 1st and 10. And slant caught, Gibbs spins, gets the 1st down, and brought down to 34. So they'll move to 6 again. No, so new set of downs, 1st and 10. From the 35, officially 1st and 10. Goff over the middle. Williams for about 6, maybe 7. Eccles is slow to get up, but 2nd and 4. Eccles is still down. We've talked about the Steelers' secondary, from the injuries to them, moving some pieces around, and to this point, figuring out what's working and what's not. But yeah, injury on the field. Hopefully he's okay. Never want to see him get hurt, but commercial break with the injury timeout. I'll get back to it in a minute.
Just go
So after the injury timeout, 2:45 and counting to play in the first half. 2nd and 4 for the Lions from the 29. We're tied at 3. Run it, and 3 yards. 3rd and a yard. What happened? DK Metcalf punched a fan in the stands during that commercial break? I mean, come on, dude. Seriously? That's going to be a fine from the NFL. So Metcalf was going to go sign an autograph, and then I guess the fan said something to him and he didn't like it, so he fucking punched him. So 2-minute warning, tied at 3. Yeah, he'll definitely get fined. I don't know if they would eject him from this game because of that. I mean, that fan also could probably, if he'd want to, proceed with some legal action and, say he was assaulted. But, yeah, you got to keep your cool. You got to block out the noise. I mean, he was basically, set up for, I don't want to say failure, but he was caught off guard by the fan. I guess he wanted an autograph. He was going to go over and sign the autograph. And then the fan said something to him, and he punched him instead. So, just stupid. I get you're frustrated because, the way everything's going right now, but just stay on the sideline, which, well, technically he still was, but stay on the damn bench, and don't get up until you have to go out in the field. And then when you're out in the field, make a play. So, 1st and 10 Lions at the 2-minute mark. Ball at the 21-yard line. And pass in the end zone. Caught, touchdown. As Chuck Clark and Brandon Echols run the coverage, Tesla was able to hold on to it as he got sandwiched, and it's a catch and a touchdown for the Lions. Yeah, okay. And I just want to see a replay there a minute. But 9-3 now Lions, extra point to come. Steelers can get the ball back here, though, still. 2 timeouts, minute 55 to play in the half. I'm going to need some sense of urgency to go do something. But then kick is good, so it's 10-3. 10-3 Lions. But, yeah, Pittsburgh can get the ball back. Under 2 minutes now, minute 55, with those 2 timeouts to go do something before halftime. Take a field goal if it comes down to it. If you can even get in field goal range, for God's sakes. Touchdown would be even better, so 10-6, 10-10 compared to 10-3, but then they're still going to get the ball back to begin the second half. And hopefully they can do something then too. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, 10-3 Lions after they just scored there. Jared Goff passing touchdown to Tesla. So the DK Metcalf situation is, since the refs didn't see it because it didn't happen on the field, it's on the sideline with a fan, he's still going to be able to play here today. But then it's now the NFL's hands to do whatever the hell they want to do. Like I said, they'll probably fine him. They might even suspend him. Like I said, the fan could pursue legal action if he'd want to. Say he was assaulted. Pass intended for DK Metcalf, and it's incomplete, 2nd and 10. But yeah, just stupidity. You got to cool off, buddy, and don't get too frustrated there. But yeah, okay. It's in the hands of the National Football League now, Roger Goodell and company, to do what they think's best for him punching a fan. I'll leave it at that. And we'll talk about it after we know more. Incomplete on 1st and 10, make it 2nd and 10 from the 20. Rodgers over the middle, complete, and then dropped by DK Metcalf. Yeah, he's got to get his head on straight. I mean, that's a catch and a first down for 15 yards, and then he caught, bobbled it, and dropped it. Heard footsteps, and it's incomplete. Come on, man. So 3rd and 10. And I mean, they had 2 plays in 10 seconds, and the Lions get a stop, get the ball back with some time and timeouts. They can still do something themselves before halftime and, extend their lead some more. Rodgers looking to throw. Complete, Freiermuth, 1st down Steelers. He gets out of bounds at the 32, so they'll move the sticks. Clock stops as well. The new set of downs, 1st and 10. And 1:37 to play. Still 2 timeouts. Go get in field goal range. Go kick it. Go score. So 1st and 10, Steelers officially at the 31-yard line. Rodgers complete again, Pat Freiermuth. Little curl route. Gives the ball to the ref. They'll spot it. Went for 5 officially to 36. Make it 2nd and 5. They'll snap it with a 1:11. And over the middle, caught Metcalf on a slant. He gets to the 45, but then, of course, there's a penalty on the play. Pass interference on the offense. Jesus fucking Christ. Take him out for a play or two. Let him get his head straight and just can't catch a break right now with DK Metcalf. But they don't have anybody else besides him at wide receiver, though. That's the thing. they love Calvin Austin, but it doesn't do anything. And then obviously claimed Adam Thielen and, signed MVS to the practice squad, and he's been elevated, for the past couple weeks. 2nd and 14 after the first down, but the penalty brings it back. Keep going on the damn tight ends. Run the screen game with the backs. Yeah, Gainwell to the 30. Tick, 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 though. They wind the clock. It'll be 3rd down with 52 seconds and counting. 3rd and 11. Need a chunk play. A couple fucking yards here and there ain't going to cut it. Clock's ticking. That penalty's a killer because you're going to have 1st and 10 around midfield. Now you're back to the 30-yard line. Now we got a whistle and a Lion timeout. All right. I mean, the Steelers still have 2 timeouts, but Lions going to stop here on 3rd and 11. They're going to call another timeout, get the ball back, and still hope to do something themselves before halftime to extend their lead. But just shoot yourselves in the foot some more while you're at it. I mean, seriously. Maybe aim a little fucking higher next time to do us all a favor. Third and 11 for the Steelers from the 30. Play clock winding down. Rodgers looking to throw, and over the middle, caught. Adam Thielen for a 1st down. Gotta go. Are they going to call a timeout? Thielen on a slant. Got 13 yards and a Pittsburgh Steeler. 1st down. Okay, timeout Steelers with 33 seconds. They'll have 1 left. You still want to get the hell out of bounds if you can. Clock's going to stop. Okay, sideline's your friend in this situation. As they show off Aaron Rodgers highlights at the Lions, the Hail Mary from a decade ago on Thursday Night Football. That's when you really came to realize how clutch Aaron Rodgers was. Because they went on a run there. I mean, obviously he beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl with the Packers in 45, but, 2014, 15, 16, Packers, I mean, they were in the playoffs, winning in the playoffs before then they, fell and lost in the playoffs, so clearly could have had a couple more Super Bowl appearances, maybe Super Bowl wins. I mean, they went on, a run there in the early 2020s, and then they had Jordan Love sitting behind Rodgers just as Rodgers backed up Brett Favre. And, they traded him to the Jets. He played there the past 2 years, now first year as a Steeler. But 2nd and 10, Pittsburgh from the 42. That slant is incomplete, 10 for Jonnu Smith. So 3rd and 10 with 27 seconds now to play in the first half. Rodgers down the middle again. 1st down, Pittsburgh. It looks like it's Freiermuth, if I'm not mistaken. No, Adam Thielen again. So they're getting Thielen going, but there's another penalty on the play. 12 on defense, penalties have been declined, 1st down. And with the penalty, clock stops. But they'll wind it with the whistle. Yeah, it's a 1st down. And the middle of the field is there. The slants. Just get the fuck open. He'll find you. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 45. They are on the cusp of field goal range with 1 timeout in their back pocket. Just don't turn the ball over. Rodgers going deep far side, and MVS incomplete out of bounds. Incomplete, 2nd and 10 with 11 seconds to go in the half. So 2nd and 10, Pittsburgh. Ball at the 45. Gainwell going to motion out. Rodgers going deep again. And that's a pass interference, thank you. Gainwell somehow still caught it, I guess. Walks into the end zone. And there's 2 seconds on the clock. But I got to see a replay to know if that's a touchdown or not. He thinks it is, so we're going to think it is too. Touchdown Steelers. But there's a penalty on the play. Gainwell motioned out last minute, and they go deep to him. Pass is incomplete, they say. And then we have a pass interference. No, that's a catch. That ball never hit the ground at all, and he got up and kept running. That's a catch, and that's a touchdown because nobody touched him. It's a pass interference on the defense. Penalty is going to be declined because that's a touchdown. They got to look at that. You're under 2 minutes. So it's going to be replayed from up above. Steelers can't challenge. That's a touchdown. That is a touchdown. Thank you. Replay assist with a touchdown. Touchdown Steelers. What a fucking play. Kenny G. So pass interference on the defense. Penalty is going to be declined because it's a touchdown for the Steelers. That ball never hit the ground, and he was never touched. And he was never out of bounds. He got up and kept running. Touchdown. Holy shit. Let's go. And now you're going to have momentum going into halftime. Extra point here to tie the game, but you're going to get the ball back to begin the second half. Holy shit, hallelujah. Where's the Tylenol at? Talk about a sequence, change of events. Extra point is good. 10 apiece with 2 seconds to play in the half. Touchdown Steelers. The ball never hit the ground. They'll take a quick 30-second split screen commercial break as Uber Eats is selling food, and the NFL is, making money off of it. Baker's not baking, though. They've lost a lot. But they stick with it. Holy shit. Did that seriously just happen? Or what? Yeah, that's like I said, go kick a field goal if it comes down to it. You'd like to score, but rather than 10-3, you want some points. I don't know if you want to say Christmas miracle right there on that touchdown, but pretty damn, close to it. I don't even know what to say about that, man. That's just, other than what I've said, it was a catch, clearly a pass interference, but then, in real time, it didn't look like he caught it, but he clearly thought he did, and he got up and kept running into the end zone. Hey, I scored, touchdown. See the replay? Clearly a pass interference. They initially said incomplete, and then, you have the PI, and then you're going to kick a field goal then, basically. But then, no, as the Lions take a knee, we at halftime, 10-10 Steelers-Lions. Steelers get the ball back to begin the second half as well. Some momentum. They have it. Can't blow it. Okay? One thing at a time. Got to keep it up, keep at it. They got to find a running game in the second half. See if Tomlin's going to have an interview here. See what he's got to say. It's just the type of fight it's going to be. They're punching, you got to keep punching back. Maybe break their jaw in a couple of different places. And then say, fuck yeah, like Dan Campbell did in NFL memes. But they got to find a running game in the second half if they're going to want to win this game. Because the defense, they're making stops. You know, surprisingly, we haven't had a turnover yet by either team. We'll get to the stats in a minute, but what a play. What a play. Yeah, initially they said, you see another replay of it, incomplete, but there's going to be a pass interference. So then it's going to be a spot foul, 15-yard line. Steelers kick a 33-yard field goal, which is an extra point. But no, he caught it. That ball never hit the ground. Like I said, we were also under 2 minutes, so all replays have to come from up above. Steelers can challenge. Replay assist buzz down. They said touchdown. You still have the pass interference. Doesn't fucking matter. It's declined. It's a touchdown. Extra points good. We're tied at 10. So Steelers have momentum getting the ball back to begin the second half. But they got to run the ball in the second half. They have 32 yards rushing on 6 carries as a team between Gainwell and Warren. Gainwell, 3 catches, 52 yards, and that 45-yard touchdown as Aaron Rodgers was 14 of 24, 141 yards, and a touchdown. He has been sacked twice, so, offensive line probably could be doing a little bit better job here today. Keep Rodgers upright, obviously get this run game going. Aaron Rodgers, 14 of 24, 141 yards and a touchdown. Gainwell, 3 of 30 or 3 of 23. Okay, we're good. Yep, we're good. Thought we were going to have an issue there. You know how technology is. It's good, but also sucks when you need to be good. We're rolling. All right. A little buffer, disconnect, reconnect now. We're excellent. That's what it says, at least. YouTube Studio. So at halftime, Steelers and Lions tied at 10. Steelers get the ball back to begin the second half. Aaron Rodgers, 14 24, 141 yards and a touchdown. Kenneth Gainwell, the offensive MVP to this point in time of the season, no doubt. Just not because of that play he made. He's been playing just damn good football for the most part of the season. Warren's still the number one lead back, but Gainwell has been more explosive. They both can run the ball. They can both catch the ball in the backfield as well, but Gainwell's just been better between the two of them. He has. And just as Warren was when, Najee Harris was in town, but you still play as a team. You're going to win as a team. You're going to lose as a team. So, and they're both still playing. It's not like he's getting more touches, Warren's just been banged up a little bit this year. Gainwell has been making the most of it in his first full season as a member of the Black and Gold. So, at halftime, once again, Steelers-Lions tied at 10. Aaron Rodgers, 14 24, 141 yards, and a touchdown. That to Kenneth Gainwell, just with 2 seconds to go in the first half. Steelers get the ball back to begin the second half. Kenneth Gainwell, 3 carries, 23 yards rushing. Jalen Warren, 3 of 9. Gainwell also has 3 catches, 52 yards receiving and a touchdown. The middle of the field is open. Okay? Obviously, DK Metcalf has to get his head on straight. I'm sure they're talking to him here at halftime, but he's got to keep his cool, keep his composure, and just block out the noise. We'll see what the NFL does afterwards. Like I said, I'm sure he's going to get fined. He might even get suspended. I mean, he punched a fan, for God's sakes, in the stands. And then that fan obviously could If you choose to do so, pursue legal action and press charges and, claim assault. But Metcalf, 1 catch, 5 yards. They've gone to MVS, but nothing. But Adam Thielen has 3 catches, 32 yards. Calvin Austin, 1 of 8. Roman Wilson hasn't been playing because of Thielen and MVS getting a helmet on Sundays. But Pat Fryermuth, 4 catches, 20 yards, so roll one up for 88. Darnell Washington has a catch for 18 yards. Warren with a catch for 6 yards out of the backfield as well. Jonnu Smith was targeted, but it was incomplete. I mean, the refs have called a pretty damn clean game thus far. For the most part, down the middle, I haven't disagreed with anything. It's just Pittsburgh. It's a hot start, but offensively, the opening drive of the game after the defense got a 3-and-out. They go kick a field goal. Looked like it was going to be a touchdown drive, but then it stalled out. They kicked the field goal, and then it was punt, up until they just scored, before halftime. So they were up 3-0, tied at 3. Lions had a chance to kick another field goal. They didn't. But then they went up 10-3, and then the Steelers just tied at 10. That's where we're at here at halftime. As they have 2 sacks on Jared Goff, Keanu Benton, and Cam Hayward. 5 tackles for loss. Alex Highsmith with 2. Benton and Hayward with 1 apiece, obviously, because of those sacks. And then Jack Sawyer has 1 as well. Boswell with 4 points. Made a 59-yard field goal and then good on that extra point. 10-10 as Jared Goff was 15-20, 162 yards and a touchdown. Yeah, the Lions' rush attack is even worse than the Steelers. Montgomery 4-14, Gibbs 6-5, 11 of 18 as a team. Tesla and Ferkser, along with Williams and St. Brown, all have over 30 yards receiving. Tesla with the touchdown, but Steelers got to run the football in the second half, and they got to stop the run in this second half. So back to, pregame as mentioned, even with the turnovers, haven't had any of those just yet, but when the Steelers turn the football over, they lose. When they are creating and capitalizing off of turnovers, they're winning as they lead the all-time series against the Lions 17-14-2. Neither team has defeated each other in the regular season since 2017 when the Steelers beat the Lions, because last meeting they tied each other in 2021, but the last time the Lions beat the Steelers was Thanksgiving Day 1998, and Jerome Bettis once again called tails. And Aaron Rodgers 18-8 against the Lions. So, I mean, just keep doing what you're doing, especially on defense. If this offense could get rolling, that's what I'm saying with the run game, and then work some clock. If you can get out on top with a lead and just find a way to win this game, that's what matters. And if the Steelers do win today and get to 9 wins, they would clinch their 22nd straight non-losing season, 22nd consecutive winning season, and that would surpass America's team, the Dallas Cowboys, their streak from 1965 to 1985, when Tom Landry was at the helm before Jerry Jones bought the team and then fired him. But then, the Cowboys won those 3 Super Bowls in 4 years in the 90s, but haven't been back at the Super Bowl since they beat the Steelers in Super Bowl 30, almost 30 years ago. But 10-10 Steelers-Lions here at halftime. Lions on 6 drives have 10 first downs. They are 3 of 7 on third down, 0 of 1 on fourth down. Have 149 yards passing, 18 yards rushing for 167 total yards on 33 plays. They are 0 of 2 in the red zone. They have no penalties called against them, and they are also winning time possession, 16, 11 to 13, 49, whereas the Steelers have, on 5 drives, 8 first downs, or 5 of 9 on third down, so 50% basically. 126 passing, 32 rushing for a $158 total, and that's on 32 total plays. So, I mean, we're pretty even, you know. I mean, shit, we're tied at 10, for God's sakes. We were tied at 0 to begin this game. But the Steelers have had 3 penalties for 35 yards called against them, so they got to clean that up. They got to find a running game and get control of this time possession. As mentioned, Lions winning that right now, 16 of 11 to 13-49. So, 10-10, Steelers Lions at halftime. Thanks for tuning in and listening to my NFL Steelers Lions live play watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag here we go. Chat questions in the comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. As this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. So, first off, with Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in can or tub form, shakers, and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke123. That's Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts second resale shop that focuses on staying in the environment, cheap and fashionable way. As most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Sweet People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. It's HopeKThrifts. HopeKThrifts, so be sure to use the message seller code CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS for 10% off. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell. You can find it on Amazon, and once you do, go check that out over on Amazon. If that doesn't interest you, you might as well be what the title says. And also, if you haven't done so already either, click the first top link in the description below. It's as good as a QR code when we normally have the video, but audio only, hence the black screen today. And then hit hype if available on your YouTube screen. And thanks once again for tuning in and listening. Shortly, we will recap Week 16, preview Week 16. But in the meantime, the Lions kick off. Steelers back deep to receive the second half kick. And to the 32-yard line, they go on the return, 5 seconds in. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh, as we are tied at 10 apiece with the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Detroit Lions. So, obviously, Dan Campbell says, who cares, but you got to play a full 60, man. Both these teams are playing damn good defense right now. So who's going to bend but not break? Who's going to find a running game on offense? Who's not going to turn the ball over? Warren on the run, and he gets 6, maybe 7 yards. So, second down coming up here, Pittsburgh, and it's one thing at a time. Once more, just find a way to win this game, okay? Find a way to win it. 2nd and 5 for the Steelers. Spencer Anderson going to motion him to play fullback. Rodgers up under center out of the eye. And they'll run Warren for 2. Oh, be 3rd and 3. See if they can convert, keep this drive going. You don't want to go, on a quick 3-and-out to begin the second half. Surprisingly, last Monday night, they were able to, get that 2-for-1 and double dip. That middle 8 scored before halftime, scored coming out of the half, early third quarter, and, extended their lead against the Dolphins. Pass caught. DK Metcalf. 1st and 10, Steelers. So 1st and 10, Steelers. Incomplete. But DK Metcalf able to make that catch after clearing his head there a little bit. But 2nd and 10 after the incompletion. Rodgers, far side, high, and caught. No, dropped incomplete by Gainwell. So 3rd and 10, 12:40 to play in the third. First down, Steelers, as Adam Thielen's having his best game as a Pittsburgh Steeler today. Able to convert once again. So, what now? 6 of 10 on 3rd down, if I'm not mistaken. Greer 19 said hut. Rodgers will hand off. Jalen Warren bulldozing forward. First down Steelers. Inside the 20, down to the 11-yard line. Boom. And now you got 8 shots to punch it in. It's not goal to go just yet. You should be able to score a touchdown. So from the 12, it's 1st and 10. Rodgers looking to throw on a quick pass and then decides to tuck it and run and gets 2 yards out of bounds and then actually helps up the linebacker who pushed him out, and some trash talking back and forth. Yeah, he wanted a quick pass to DK near side, and it wasn't there, so he just held on to it and then decided to run. So 2nd and 8, Pittsburgh. They'll fake the run. Darnell Washington, and inside the 5 to the 3. They said the ball came out. Lions have it, but he's down. Ref is saying he's down. It's 3rd down. Got to see a replay. Obviously, the Lions could challenge if they'd want to. He's down. He's clearly down. All 320 of him is down on the ground. And then, yeah, Rodgers wanted to snap the ball, and play clock was running down. Lions were running guys on and off. But then, are they going to challenge? He's down. Lions are going to challenge the previous play, though, on the Steelers being down by contact before the ball came out for a fumble. His ass is down right there. Ball still in his hands. Remember, calling the field as he's down by contact. They have to find this bit of evidence to return it. I don't know. That's going to be close. We'll see. But Lions are challenging. So they go to commercial break, and we'll get back to it. We'll see what they say. And that's going to suck if, you end up turning the ball over inside the 10 with momentum on your side. You obviously tied it at 10, at halftime, and then get the ball back here to begin the second half, and then convert a couple times on third down before you get goal to go. Well, shit, not even goal to go yet. Remember, it was 1st and 10 from the 11, and then be 3rd and short coming up. But once again, they said he was down, but they're looking at it with the challenge, and got to live with it one way or another. But yeah, it's going to suck to turn the ball over potentially if so, especially just could have another 3, potentially 7-point lead. Because the momentum's gone, they'll have it, and then you got to make stops on defense. See if the Steelers can outplay, and outlast the Lions today. Bullshit. They say the Lions win the challenge. It's a fumble. Lions recover, and it's their ball, 1st and 10. Are you fucking kidding me? So 1st and 10 Lions at the 3. They'll fake the run. Goff going to roll out, and it's incomplete, out of bounds. All right, 2nd and 10. Come on, defense. Let's go. Let's get a stop. Just don't give up a 97-yard touchdown drive. Seriously. I mean, just don't. Empty set, Goff, all day to throw, almost got sacked for a safety, and then Gibbs on the catch before Highsmith pushes him out of the 5. So a pickup of 2, it'll be 3rd and 8. Come on, defense, one more play, get the ball back. Offense, get the ball back, around midfield probably after the punt. And then go score off of that. And then the only thing that's going by is the time. From the 5, it's 3rd and 8. Goff looking throw again, and down he goes in the end zone for a safety. It's 12-10 Steelers with 9:42 to go in the third. Kyle Duggar. And now they're going to get the ball back. You go score a touchdown, you're up 2 scores at 19-10. Kick a field goal, it's 15-10. It's still a 1-score game. Okay, you turn the ball over, but getting the safety, getting the ball back, you score off of it, might work out even better. They brought a safety blitz with Kyle Duggar. A delayed safety blitz. So 12-10 Steelers. And now here's the free kick. Hey, go right back to Darnell Washington. Okay? Run the football, but go right back to DW. Get them back going. Just forget about the fumble. They get the safety. It's 12-10. Now you really want to run the ball and work clock. Under 10 to play in the third, and with a road lead again. From up 3-0 to being down 10-3. Tied at 10, now you're up 12-10. So 3-2-1, hopefully a win at the end of the day. But they get the safety. So Jake Bates from his motel will kick off for the safety free kick. Steelers ball on the return. And Gainwell gets to about the 31-yard line. Run the football, work clock. Go score a touchdown, you're up 2 scores at 9, 19-10. That safety might be one of the big plays in this game that we'll look back on and, a turning point, if you will. Because remember, though, just prior, you had the fumble, but it might work out in the long run better for him. You turn the ball over, unfortunately, but you get the safety, get the ball back, you go score. From the 31, it's 1st and 10. Rodgers up under center. They will run Jaylen Warren. And he'll bounce the tackle, and then no gain on the play. 2nd down. So under 10 to play in this third. Got some updates from the NFL. Like I said, we'll update scores in a minute. But motion man will be Gainwell. Rodgers in the gun. Looking his way. It's caught. 1st down Steelers, 45-50. And then tick, 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 tick. Do it again. I mean, I'll take 1st down after 1st down to 1st down, but it's even better is 1st down to 2nd down to 3rd down to converting and doing it all over again. And just drive. And put it to them, wear them down and out. And like I said, if you score a touchdown here, you're going to be up 2 scores. From the 50, Rodgers rolls out, going deep. And, MVS almost had it. It's incomplete in the end zone. And Rodgers knows he had him too. Just a fingertip off. He's a little slow to get up, too. Yeah, right there. Ah, shit. But he probably just got the wind knocked out of him. Hitting the ground as hard as he did there. That's why he's a little slow to get up. But Yeah, you almost had a home run. Everybody talks about that script, Detroit Tiger D. But we're right next door at Ford Field. Yeah, probably should have been a touchdown. Incomplete, 2nd and 10. Run it, run a screen, just get 3rd and manageable. They'll run Gainwell up the middle, maybe a yard, 3rd down. 3rd and 9, not 3rd and 6, 3rd and 5. But hey, if you don't get anything out of it, you're going to punt, pin them deep. Go get another safety on them. Third and 9. Play clock at 10. Rodgers gets the snap, pump fakes, going to step up, avoid a sack. He's going to tuck it and run. He's going to dive, but he's going to be about a yard short. Now you got a decision to make. Do you go for it? Do you kick a long field goal? Do you punt? Do you pin him deep? See officially where they mark it at. It'll be 4th and 2 officially. They're going to hard count it and try to draw them off sides a bit. Ball's at the 42, and we got a timeout by the Lions. So Steelers will still have the 4th and 2 from the 42. Obviously, you're looking at another, damn near 60-yard field goal. Boswell already made from 59 earlier to go up 3-0. Yeah, do you still go for it? Do you try to just draw them off and then take the delay of game? Punt? Do you try to draw them off, call timeout, kick the field goal? Or do you punt and pin them deep? Like, you got options. Lions just called a timeout to make sure they're set, though, on defense. Steelers 4th and 2. By the looks of it, the offense is staying on the field. Two yards, that's all you need. They'll snap it. Rodgers on a slant. It's caught. 1st down, Steelers. Scotty Miller, pop a top. It's Miller time for a Steeler 1st down. Like I've said, the middle of the field is there. It's been open all game. Now get back to the run game. Got a new set of downs. Ball to 35, 1st and 10. They'll toss Jalen Warren. He'll cut back in, lower the shoulder, and get maybe 3, maybe 4. 2nd and 6. They gave him 4 officially. You're in control right now. You have momentum. Do not let it slip and slide away. Do not blow it. 2nd and 6. Thielen in motion. Play clock got to go. 3, 2, 1. They'll get it off. They'll run Warren again. And he'll cut back near side for another 2, maybe 3 yards. Another 3rd down, 3rd and, long 4. You don't convert on this third down, I think you're definitely kicking it. Empty set. Rodgers looks near side, goes back far side. It's high, but it's caught. Scotty Miller again at the 20. 20.5-yard line. Yeah, where the hell has he been at? Just not today. That's a catch. That's a first down. But for a good part of the past month and a half, 2 months, for God's sakes. He did have surgery. But even since he's returned from being injured, he hasn't played. And now he's got 3 catches on this drive. One on fourth down, that one on third down, and they go back to him on first down there for a couple, and it's second down Pittsburgh. That was a catch, though. Left's down, he drug the right. Yep, that's a catch. And control and possession, that was a catch on third down. So then 1st and 10 to 2nd and whatever it is now, after another couple yard completion to him. 2nd and 7. You know, I mean, you have Ben Skoranek as well, also wide receiver. We've talked about him. He's more of a special teams guy, though. 2nd and 7, they'll run Jalen Warren up the middle to the 12. It'll be 3rd and 2. Let's see if they convert again. You know, from DK to Calvin Austin, Roman Wilson's inactive, but you have Adam Thielen, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and then Scotty Miller, you know, comes out of nowhere on this drive. And he's been around. He played on that 20 Bucks team with Brady that won the Super Bowl. Warren on 3rd and 2, they'll run him, and he's going to be short. It'll be 4th and about a half a yard. Do they go for it again, or do they kick the field goal? I'd rather have a 5-point lead than a 2-point lead, but I'd rather also have a 9.2 score lead than a 2 or a 5-point lead. So they got another decision to make. They call this Spartan. This is the Steel City Tush Push. The Steel City Shove. They'll run an end around a Gainwell off of it instead. And inside the 5 to the 3, they got a goal to go on it. So, yeah, Hayward up under center, but he didn't keep it for himself. He handed it off to Gainwell, got a block by Freiermuth. They got the first down. It's 1st and goal Steelers. And Rodgers says first down. He's got his left wrist wrapped up today, I might add, as well. Obviously, he had those 2 fractures in his left wrist in which he missed the Bear game a month ago. But Rodgers up under center, 1st and goal, Darnell Washington in motion. They'll fake the run. There's a flag on the play. Rodgers is looking to throw. And then he's just going to throw it away out of the back of the end zone. It's incomplete. And what's the penalty? Offside on the offense. 5 yards, back him up. It'll still be 1st and goal, though. Yeah, that's Steel City Shove. That's what I'm calling it. Not fucking Spartan or no tush push or whatever. It's where Rodgers just stands back and, you know, watches. And the memes are hilarious, no doubt about it. But they ran a switcheroo on it. They ran an alternate version to it. Ran the end around, got the 1st and goal, but then you get the penalty on that last play. So it's still 1st and goal, but from the 8. They'll run a draw, Jalen Warren back. Hey, they get those 5 yards back, or they just cost themselves on the penalty. So 2nd and goal from the 3. Got to punch this in now. I mean, I'm still kicking and taking the 3 points if it comes down to it. But you got to score a damn touchdown. I mean, they've owned this third quarter. From having the ball as long as they did before they turned it over, and then they got the safety on 3rd down, got the ball back, and have been driving ever since. Rodgers on 2nd and goal looking to throw. And a wide open in the end zones, DK Metcalf, touchdown Steelers, but there's a penalty on the play. And it's pass interference on the fucking offense, of course. God damn it. Shoot yourselves in the foot some more. So touchdown Steelers, it's 18-10, but it's coming back. So they'll replay second and goal. So they get Darnell Washington on a pass interference. Yeah, pick her out. Double cross. That's how he was wide open. That's how DK got wide open. But yeah, Darnell Washington at 320, putting a DB who weighs maybe 200 pounds on his ass. Yeah, that's going to draw a flag. Especially on that, double cross pick route for the pass play. But still second and goal for the Steelers, but it's going to be second and goal from where? The 20? Second and goal Steelers from the 14-yard line. Rodgers rolls out over the middle. Gainwell. So he gets 7, and it'll be third and goal for the Pittsburgh offense. Now from the 7-yard line as well. And that's another nice snag by Kenny G. And then Rodgers got shoved over, pushed late. You'd be throwing a flag if that was fucking Mahomes. Where's the flag at today? No, that's right. Nobody cares about the Chiefs anymore because he got hurt and they were eliminated from playoff contention last week. Third and goal Steelers from the 7. Come on, boys. Let's punch it in. Rodgers going to call a timeout. Play clock winding down. And 23 seconds to go in the third quarter. Steelers burn their first timeout. So both teams will have 2 timeouts left the rest of the game. But like I said, the Steelers have controlled the clock this third quarter. This reminds me of the Panther game a couple years ago. Yeah, they're showing it off now. The Steelers ran 24 plays for 142 yards in this third quarter for 12 minutes and 52 seconds. The Lions have had the ball for less than a minute in this third quarter. And it goes from the drive before the fumble, and then the safety, and then this drive right now. Almost 10 minutes long. Third and goal. They reset the clock to 26 seconds. Third and goal from the 7. They break the huddle. And Warren will motion to block on the right side of the offensive line. Rodgers looking right, throws it to him. Warren gets to the 4. They say the 5. Yeah, you got to kick it. But hey, guess what? That's going to do it for the third quarter because they don't have to snap if they don't want to. And they're not going to. So at the end of the third quarter, the Steelers lead the Lions 12-10. And to begin the fourth, the Steelers, yeah, they look like they're going to be kicking a field goal when we come back. So, yeah, I'd rather have a 5-point lead than a 2-point lead, but I'd also rather have a 9-point lead to either or a 2 or 5-point lead. But if you can't score a touchdown, you're definitely kicking it, so you got to kick it here. Because if you don't kick it, and you definitely don't score, you're still up 12-10, they kick a field goal, go up 13-12, So you got to take the points, you got to kick it. Boswell already made from 59, so this will be from, 23, 24 yards? But just the thing with that close of a kick, old school extra point, especially say from the right hash or even left hash. Ball's either going to be on the right hash or the middle of the field, though, it looks like. Obviously, they'll switch ends, too, so they'll be going to the other end zone. They'll be going left to right now instead of right to left. But it's that angle, you know. You got to angle it up, and knock on wood, don't want to jinx them, but hopefully they make this when we come back. If they do kick it, if they don't go for it. I'm taking the points, though, because your defense is playing pretty damn good. And you're in full control of the time now. If you can get another stop, get the ball back, do it again, go score, kick a field goal again. If you make this one, okay, it'd be 18-10, but if you'd score a touchdown, you're up 2 scores, you know, at 22-10. So, yeah, just we'll see what happens here, but if they kick it and make it, it's time to fade to black and, oh mama, play Renegade and wave those terrible towels for all of Steeler Nation that made the trip to the Motor City. So, 12-10 Steelers at the end of the third quarter. Thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. Update some stats for you. So we have 15 minutes to go. Okay, Steelers will kick it. Be a 23-yard field goal. Snap, hold, kick, all good. Steelers now lead the Lions 15-10 with 14:58 to go. So here we go, Steelers, here we go. And yeah, oh mama. Rodgers 23 of 36, 222 and a touchdown. They found a running game as Jalen Warren has 12 carries, 54 yards rushing. Gainwell 5 of 32. Rodgers even has 2 carries, 9 yards now as well. Gainwell, 5 catches, 78 yards receiving and a touchdown. Thielen, 4 49. Darnell Washington, 2 catches, 23 yards. Pat Fryermuth, still 4 20. Scotty Miller, 3 catches, 19 yards on that drive. One on 4th down, one on 3rd down, and they went right back to him on the following 1st down. Metcalf, 2 of 17, almost had a touchdown, as did MVS, but MVS's was incomplete. DK's was a pass interference called against Darnell Washington, so settled for 3. But, yeah, from the start of the second half, tied at 10. The Steelers had a 9-play, 65-yard drive that almost went 5 minutes. Then they fumbled. But then 3 plays later, they sacked Jared Goff, Kyle Duggar did, for the safety. So it's 12-10. But then in response, the Steelers just went on a 17-play, 64 yards, not even 90 or 95 or 99 yards. They went just a little more than half the field on 17 plays. 17 plays, 64 yards in almost 10 minutes. It was a 17-play, 64-yard, 9-minute, 44-second field goal drive. Field goal drive, not even a touchdown. They couldn't even punch it in. They came close a couple times, but no cigar. It's 15-10, 14:58 to play. Lions going to get the ball back here for basically the first time this second half, early fourth quarter. They had the ball for 3 plays in that third quarter for less than a minute. But 15-10 Steelers, and back to the defense. See if they can get a stop. From the goal line on the return, flag on the return as well. It's a hold. It's coming back.
3 plays, 15 minutes.
It's a very return, holding number 53 return team. And they're heavily first down.
Be first and 10 for the Detroit offense. But the Steeler defense, they still got to make a stop. From the 14, first and 10. Come on, defense. Fake the give. And Jalen Ramsey, that's almost picked off by Chuck Clark. I was going to say, should have been intentional grounding. Nobody was there. But, yeah, they almost had him sacked. It was almost Ramsey and Hayward, I believe. So incomplete, second and 10. Get after him again. Stop the run when they do run it. I don't know why they're not. Got a late whistle, another penalty. False start. Back them up some more. Second and 15. All right, Brandon Echols out with a groin injury, they say. So, I mean, obviously we've talked about Steelers secondary, but it's still next man up. You know, I don't care who it is. And Duggar had the safety, for God's sakes. So, second and 15 from the 9. Goff looking to throw. And pass caught and then dropped incomplete. Williams at the 15. It'll be third down. One more play, defense. Get another stop. Get the offense the ball back. And then just go do what you just did. Probably won't be as long for, you know, the plays or the time. But go run the ball and work clock. You know, go extend your lead if you can get a stop here on third and 15. They bring 4 on the pressure. Goff down the middle. It's almost picked off again. Chuck Clark, for the second time in the last 3 plays, has almost intercepted Jared Goff. And now here come the Boo Birds. And the Lions looking like the 2008 Lions right about now. So the Lions punt. Fair catch, Pittsburgh at the 38. They've ran 6 plays in the second half. The Lions have ran 6 plays in the second half. We have 14 minutes and 25 seconds to play in this game. So 2 3-and-outs by the Steeler defense. Well, the first one, remember, resulted in the safety, but yeah, 15-10. Go run the ball. Go run the ball and work clock. Put it to them. Get first down after first down after first down. And field goal is still going to be a 1-score game at 8. You got to score a touchdown. If you want to put them away, you got to score a damn touchdown. So we'll see what happens. But 15-10 Steelers. All right, update some scores for you. Week 16 National Football League. Hopefully everyone has a Merry Christmas on Thursday. Finals from Thursday night to the few games yesterday. The primetime games have been good. Thursday night football went to overtime. Seahawks came back and won 38-37 at home in OT. And then yesterday, the other Pennsylvania team in the NFL, the Eagles, they went to Washington, beat the Redskins 29-18. Bears came back at home last night, also won in overtime, 22-16 over the visiting Packers. College football playoff also kicked off this weekend. Alabama beat Oklahoma on Friday night. They'll now play Indiana in the Rose Bowl. And then the 3 games yesterday were Miami defeating Texas A&M, along with Ole Miss and Oregon winning over Tulane and James Madison, respectively. Miami will play Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. Ole Miss will play Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. And Oregon will play Texas Tech in the Orange Bowl. Winners to advance to play in the Peach and Fiesta Bowls for the Final Four, and then obviously the National Championship game in about a month. Earlier today in the NFL, the Bills beat the Browns 23-20. Chargers with a 34-17 win at the Cowboys. Titans beat the Chiefs because the Chiefs suck again without Patrick Mahomes. 26-9 your final there. The Dolphins lost to another AFC North team as they lost the Steelers last Monday night. They benched Tua, lost at home, and still suck even without him. 45-21 Cincy wins. Saints beat the Jets 29-6. Vikings won by 3 at the Giants 16-13. And the Panthers with a 23-20 win at home against the Bucks. Right now, obviously, as Pittsburgh got a 1st and 10, they got 5 yards, make it 2nd and 5. That pass complete to Marquez Valdez-Scantling for another Pittsburgh Steeler, 1st and 10. So we'll move the sticks again, but it's 15-10 Steelers, early 4th quarter. Also, Jaguars leading the Broncos 34-20. Falcons with a 26-16 lead at the Cardinals, and the Texans are on top of the Raiders 16-14. Patriots Ravens is Sunday Night Football tonight, Monday Night Football tomorrow night. 49ers Colts. We'll preview Week 16 in a minute. But 1st and 10 Steelers out past midfield, now into Lion territory. Another 1st and 10 to 2nd and 5. But a 5-point lead. You got to score a touchdown. Got to score a touchdown in this drive. I mean, I'm kicking a field goal still comes down to it, because 8 points is better than 5. You know, because then they'd have to score a touchdown and go for 2 just to tie. But if you can score a touchdown here, who knows, might be enough. 2nd and 5, Pittsburgh from the 45. Work that play clock. Don't snap it until you have to. Go now. And they toss Jalen Warren. He'll cut back in. 1st down Steelers and off to the races inside the 20. 15, 10, 5. He walks in, touchdown. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. 21-10. Kick the extra point. There's no need to go for 2. Because if you do go for 2, don't get it, you're still up 11. They'd, be down 2 scores still, but yeah, it'd be a touchdown with a 2-point try and a field goal to tie then. They can't get 12 on, 1 possession. Make it 2 possessions, other than scoring 2 touchdowns. But kick the extra point here, go up 22-10. They found the running game in the second half. They've controlled the clock. It started with the fumble, and then it's like, all right, make a stop. They do get the safety. They go on the field goal drive, get the ball back again, and they go score. And they're getting hot. They're getting hot right about now. This is when you want to be playing your best ball down the stretch, too. So touchdown Steelers. Jalen Warren officially ran it in from 45 yards. He now has 13 carries, 98 yards, and a touchdown. Gainwell, 6 of 38, has 5 catches, 78 yards, and a touchdown as well, but they're coming together. Offense, defense, special teams. Overall, team lead to this point, hopefully to a team win at the end of the day. 22-10 now. Lions going to get the ball back, but now you're down 2 scores. You know, and with, 12 minutes to play? Yeah, 12:23. They were playing run, Rudolph going to break. Well, he's backing up Aaron Rodgers on the sideline, but yeah, Warren he's a bowling ball of a bulldozer. He's fun to watch. Gainwell's really come on. I mean, they have a two-headed monster in the backfield, in the run game and in the screen game. And now these wide receivers, other than DK Metcalf, are starting to come along. And they still have the tight ends, and they're running the jumbo package, and the defense is playing as good as they are. You know, and Boswell knocking down kicks. He's no longer the Wizard of Boz. He's a serial killer, and he's been that way since week 1, so says Mike Tomlin. But, I mean, here we go, Steelers, here we go. Like I said, you want to be playing your best ball down the stretch. They still have to beat the Ravens week 18 to win the AFC North, unless, say, from now until then, you know, because remember, Baltimore's schedule's a hell of a lot tougher than the Steelers. Pittsburgh's at the Lions today, at the Browns next Sunday, then they host Baltimore week 18. I believe the Ravens, I know they have obviously the Patriots at home tonight on Sunday Night Football, so root for New England, but I believe they play the Packers next week, you know. And they just lost in heartbreaking fashion last night in overtime at the Bears. So they'll be looking to get back in the win column themselves. So, like, if Pittsburgh would get to the point in time where they're winning and Baltimore's losing, yeah, you still need to win week 18 to win the division because it's a divisional game. But then just overall total win-loss record, if Pittsburgh wins today and next week and Baltimore loses today and also next week, the win-loss record, it ain't going to matter, you know? You know, because then the Steelers would have a couple-game advantage, and, yeah, you'd still like to win out, and we know how they were playing 2 years ago. They won 3 in a row with Rudolph, then lost in the playoffs. But then last year, they're 10-3, and they lost out. They lost 5 in a row and lost the Ravens in the playoffs. And then, you know, you're 4-1 earlier this year? Looking back on it, yeah. They haven't won 3 in a row since late September, early October. And then it was just inconsistency from there and, you know, until a couple weeks ago. They've won 2 in a row. And they're just not winning by, you know, 1 score or a couple points. You know, last week, blowout win. I mean, the final score is going to show a little closer because Dolphins scored a couple garbage touchdowns. But now you're up 12. And, I mean, it's not over until it's over, no doubt. But, like I was saying at the end of last week's game, maybe they can get hot and go on a run. Because it's a one-game season once you get into the playoffs. It's win or go home, you know. But 22-10 Steelers here. Lions ball. I believe we have an injured player on the field, if I'm mistaken. We'll preview Week 17 in a minute. All right, so they take a TV timeout with the injury. Get back to it here in a minute. Third down coming up, though, for the Lions. But, okay, NFL Week 17. We'll have Thursday Night Football, but NFL on Christmas, with Christmas also being this upcoming Thursday. So, you have your 3 Thanksgiving games. Normally have either 1 or 2 Christmas games, but you have 3 Christmas games this year because you also have Thursday Night Football. So, Cowboys-Redskins at 1 on Thursday, on Christmas Day. And then the Lions will be on a short week at the Vikings. And then Christmas night will be Broncos-Chiefs. Next weekend, another couple games on Saturday. Texans-Chargers. And, Ravens will be in Green Bay taking on the Packers. For the Steelers' sake, root for the Patriots tonight and root for the Packers next week against the Baltimore Ravens. And then, Pittsburgh, in the meantime, to still take care of business. Rest sort itself out, but then to beat the Ravens in Week 18, and you're winning the AFC North. Next Sunday in the NFL, Week 17, the Steelers will be at the Browns at 1 o'clock. And I'll have live play-by-play, watch line reactions then, so be sure to tune back in. Cardinals, Bengals as well. Saints, Titans, Jags, Colts, Bucks, Dolphins, Patriots, Jets, Seahawks, Panthers should be good. The Giants and Raiders probably won't be any good. Eagles, Bills will be interesting, as will as the 49ers are on Monday Night Football tomorrow night. They'll be on Sunday Night Football next week. Hosting the Chicago Bears, and the next Monday night, Rams, Falcons. And then Week 18, obviously, we know the games with the opponents, but kick times still to be determined. Because the Steelers could very well be playing in game 272 come Sunday Night Football Week 18, as they've done in the past, depending on what happens from now until then. Especially, with that game going to be for the AFC North. So, just going to depend on what else, scenario-wise is going on. Because they want to put the best games in the best spots. But 3rd and 4, slant, caught, first down, Lions. Well, that's their first down of the second half. Yep, with 11:30 to play in the 4th quarter. It's their first down of the second half. From the 40, 1st and 10, Goff looking to throw, and Tesla going to be wrapped up by Patrick Queen, and Peyton Wilson came in late, as Joey Porter was also there as well. Be 2nd down. 2nd and 3. Goff is caught, and then Highsmith pushes him out. But they do get another first down. $10:23 and counting to play. 1st and 10 Lions. They'll fake the toss, come back on a bubble screen, and a first down again to the 35. Duggar and somebody else, 2-something. Potentially Chuck Clark. Yeah, on the stop. Goff over the middle. It's incomplete. St. Brown had it, and he bobbled it and dropped it. Incomplete. 2nd and 10.
St. Brown unable to make that catch, Tony, without reception in the second half.
It's tough for the Eagle line to make that catch, though. That was a big one. Second and 10.
Goff, another pass complete over the middle. Gibbs, and then they finally wrap him up. Just juking around. Sonic Hedgehog he is. Lions have it 3rd and 2. From the 27, no, it's incomplete. So now what do they do? Because a field goal really ain't going to do anything. Even though you're in field goal range, it's 22-10. You kick it, you're still down 9. That's still 2 scores. You know, so you sort of have to go for it here on 4th and 2. So they will line up to go for it here. 4th and 2 from the 27. Come on, defense, get another stop. And a late whistle and a timeout by the Steelers. Fourth and 2 after the timeout. Lions still going to go for it because they sort of have to. Goff looking to throw, and it's caught. First down, and he's going to walk in. Touchdown. So now they got a spark with 8:39 to go. It's 22-16. Extra point to come. So the Steelers with a timeout and the 2-minute warning, going to have to go on another drive here and work some clock and, you know, hope to score. I mean, 25 on a field goal, you know, still 1-score game with this extra point good, unless they're going to go for 2. It looks like they're kicking it. Yeah, okay. So you'd have to score a touchdown to put them away. Kick is good. So 22-17 with 8:39 to go. And they tell the Steelers, welcome to the jungle. But, yeah, Pittsburgh can get the ball back. 5-point lead. 8:39 to go. Field goal makes it an 8-point game. I mean, so if it comes down to it, you got to kick it. You know, because then you're up 1 full score at 8. They'd have to score and go for 2 just to tie. But if you can score a touchdown, even better. You know, and then you might be able to ice it and put it away at that rate. You know, go another 12, you know, at 29-17. You know what I mean? So just don't shoot yourselves in the foot here. Don't blow this. Yeah, just find a way to win this game.
Picture. Scott Rizzi is the only IL-23 inhibitor proven to help achieve remission
First and 10 Steelers from the 35 after the touchback on the kick. And they'll run an end around with Kenneth Gainwell near side of the 40, and he gets a first down at the 45. Move it. Shut this crowd up. They're getting hyped up, obviously, because they just got the lead, but shut them up. Run the ball and work clock. Go score a touchdown and win this game. From the 45, first and 10. Rodgers looking to throw. They run a screen. Gainwell far side. Got a couple blockers. And he gets 6 yards out past midfield, but there's a flag on the play. It's probably coming back for a hold or a block in the back. And blocking the back on the Steelers. God damn it. Yeah, that's probably a good call. I'll live with that one. They'll replay the down, though, so it's still going to be, what, first and 10? Or first down, just going to be first and longer. First and 20. Yeah, first and 20. Run the ball, get second and something, and then work out of that. Or run another screen. You know, here on first and 20. Ball at 35 again. So back to the original line of scrimmage on this drive after the kickoff. Rodgers, deep ball. DK Metcalf, first down, Steelers. So first and 10 out past midfield into Lion territory again. And he says first down. Yep, just perfect. Rodgers playing damn good ball right about now. From the Lion 45. And out of the eye, they'll run Jalen Warren. He'll cut back, bounce it far side. First down, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5 is going to walk in. Touchdown Steelers. And here we go. 2 big runs now by Jalen Warren, both from 45 yards out, and 2 touchdowns. 28-17 with 6:41 to go. Kick the extra point, you're back up 12. You know, and then it's just back and forth in that regard, and they're playing catch-up. They found a running game in the second half. Thank God. And remember, it goes back to the Darnell Washington fumble, but then they get the safety, they kick the field goal, and then they score a couple touchdowns, and 29-17, 29-17 with 6:41 to play. And here we go, Steelers, here we go. Jalen Warren, look at this stat line now. As Rodgers, in his 18-8 record all-time against the Lions, averaging 252 and 2 touchdowns, has 253 yards passing right now on a touchdown. But Jalen Warren, we were talking about Kenneth Gainwell in the first half. You know, with his now 7 carries, 48 yards rushing, but 5 catches, 78 yards receiving, and a touchdown. To tie it at 10 to go into half, and then get the ball back to begin the second half, you know, and then go back to the safety, controlling the third quarter, you know, and then field goal and a couple touchdowns. Jalen Warren, 14 carries, 143 yards rushing, and 2 separate 45-yard rushing touchdowns. I mean, that's 90 yards on 2 touchdowns to his 143. on 2 carries, for God's sakes. So, 29-17 Steelers. Yeah, there's the stat that I just did the math in my fucking head. But, 29-17. Lions on the kickoff return to the 32, 6:36 to play. So, just get another stop on defense. You know, if you can get another stop here, we'll see if they can run the clock out. But just don't give them another touchdown like you did on the last drive after you just scored. You know, because that's how they cut it to 22-17 before he scored again. So, 29-17 with 6.5 to play. Penalty on the play, St. Brown on the reception for 8, maybe 9. I mean, Detroit's turned into a one-dimensional team. You know, it's pass every play. They have not legal shift on the offense. It's coming back, so they'll replay it down. But yeah, they've been one-dimensional. Just pass. There's been no run game. But even when there was, the Steelers were stopping. And they found a running game themselves on offense. So, back to what I was saying pregame. Run the ball and stop the run today. You know, the turnover, I guess technically today would be the safety. You know, you get 2 free points out of that, and then you kick the field goal, and you run the ball, control the clock, and then just the Lions couldn't stop the run. They blow that dead, and they're still wrapping them up, but under 6, 2nd and 10 coming up. So they get the penalty yards back, but still 2nd and 10. Goff over the middle. Oh, almost picked off. Yeah, Chuck Clark's almost had an interception a couple different times now today. From the 32, it's 3rd and 10. Goff, far side, caught, first down, Williams out past midfield. And then Ramsey, Patrick Queen, Chuck Clark, as they whistle it dead. Goff down the middle, it's caught, but Duggar with a big hit. Still first down, though. But they're marching, trying to cut this lead again. They'll go hurry up. And it's caught on a dump off. Jahmyr Gibbs gets tackled by Kyle Duggar. 2nd and 5. Goff's pass caught, first down Lions. Come on, defense. From the 20. It's 1st and 10. And Gibbs on the screen. Down the far sideline, another first down. Be 1st and goal, Detroit. Let's see where they spotted at. Looks like the 2. He might have stepped out before then, though. They say first and goal lines at the 4. And Goff rolls out, almost picked off by Jalen Ramsey. Incomplete. They're going to pick him off here before too long. Almost had like 5 interceptions off of him. Second and goal lines. St. Brown in motion. Goff looking his way over the middle. It's almost picked off by Yahya Black, the rookie defensive tackle out of Iowa. You think Darnell Washington's big? Yahya Black's even bigger. Got his bare paw up there and knocked it down. So it's incomplete, third and goal. Third and goal from the 4. And Goss pass caught, Gibbs, touchdown Lions. So with 4:11 to play, they cut the lead again. It's 29-23, and the extra point to come. So the Steelers offense going to have to go do something again. Because now the defense is giving up these late touchdowns, just as they did last week. So the extra point is good. It's 29-24 with 4:11 to go. So, yeah. Game ain't over yet, but offense going to have to go do something now. Steelers on the kickoff return. And Jalen Warren gets to the 34-yard line. That's where we'll set up shop. First and 10 with 4:09 to play. Run the ball, work clock. Nothing stupid. No penalties, no turnovers, nothing. Okay? First and 10 from the 34. Just go on a drive. If you don't score, at least run the fucking clock out. Get a first down or two to ice it. But, touchdown would be awesome. They run an end around Jonnu Smith far side. And he gets a first down and then some. Almost 20 yards for tight end Jonnu Smith on an end-around run. I mean, he had a 20-yard rushing touchdown on a toss last week. And now they get them going in the run game here today too. And stay in bounds. Wind that clock. From the Lion 46, it's 1st and 10 Steelers. Spencer Anderson in at fullback. And they'll fake the run to Warren. Rodgers will roll out. And it's complete. Darnell Washington. Don't fumble it. Lower in the shoulder. Boom. And then he takes out Dan Campbell on the sideline. That's all right to get out of bounds there. It's another first down, though. That's what matters. On the right, yep. So 1st and 10 Steelers. From the 33, 1st and 10. Gainwell in the backfield. Steelers are going to have to burn their 3rd and final timeout, though, with 3:12 to play. Yeah, you can tell the defense is fucking tired. Yeah, because they gave up the touchdown drive right before that. Yeah, I know. But just run the ball, work clock, get first downs, stay the hell in bounds, and tick, 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 tick. Like I said, if you score, I mean, you're definitely kicking a field goal if you have to. Go up 32-24, that's 8. Same situation we were just in. But they'd have to score then and go for 2 just to tie. You score a touchdown, ball game. They'll toss. Jonnu Smith, far side. Flag from the secondary, and he might have enough for a first down. Holding on the defense. It's going to be an automatic first down anyway. First and 10 Steelers with 3:04 to go. Ball at the 20-yard line. Run the ball. They will. Gainwell. Going to lose a yard, but clock's winding. Lions only have 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning to stop the clock. Running again. Don't snap it until you have to. Drain that play clock to 1 second. And they'll toss near side. Gainwell. He gets a couple. All right, 3 yards to the 18. And timeout Lions. They're second. They'll have 1 left. We got 2:15 to go. It's 29-24. If you don't get a first down, you're kicking the field goal to go up 32-24. If you get a first down, I don't know about ball game yet because they still have a timeout and the 2-minute warning, but you're still going to maintain possession though then, and then still be running plays and working clock. So then maybe you can still drain it, and then still kick the field goal, and then maybe still score a touchdown. You know what I mean? So 3rd and 8, run the ball, run the football, and kick the field goal. 3rd and 8 from the 19. Rodgers looking to throw. And he's going to throw it away out of bounds, incomplete. So 4th down. All right, 2:09 to play. Lions have a timeout and the 2-minute warning, but the Steelers are going to kick a field goal. Well, yeah, but then the incompletion compared to taking the sack saves you yardage on the field goal. Unless they'd call the timeout, though, Tony Romo. So Steelers going to kick the field goal here. Boswell, 37-yard field goal to make this 29-24 lead a 32-24 8-point game. Kick is, of course, he fucking missed it. Wide right, it's no good. Motherfucker, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be fucking joking right now. He doinked it off the right upright, and it went right, no good. Oh my God. So 2:05 to go. Lions have a timeout and the 2-minute warning. It's still 29-24. And the Lions, with a touchdown, can win it. Come on, defense. Need one more stop. Jalen Ramsey and Cam Hayward on the tackle for loss. It'll be 2nd and about 13 at the 2-minute warning with 1:58 to go officially. Yeah, still your typical Steeler game with a down-to-the-wire finish with the defense needing a stop. Who would have thought? Who would have guessed that? Come on, defense. One more stop. Got to find a way to finish. Got a way. Second week in a row, they've been giving up late touchdowns. If only the Dolphins and the Lions were doing more earlier on than what they did late, like, it would have been a hell of a lot closer. This game's a hell of a lot closer than it was last week, though. And it's just, it'd still be a one-score game at 8, 32-24, but then even if they would score, they'd have to go for 2 just to tie. That's the difference between the made and the missed field goal. Miss it, they can, go win it with a touchdown. And That's what's frustrating about it. But just find a way to win it. Get a stop. Get a stop. So we'll get back to it here after this commercial break with a 2-minute warning. It's the defense getting, I guess a little extra rest. But yeah, need to stop. Second and 13 with 1:58 to go. Lions have one timeout. Steelers have none. Steelers defense needs to stop. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Goff looking to throw over the middle. It's incomplete. 3rd down and 13 coming up. Come on, defense. Need another stop. Where's Chuck Clark at when you need him almost intercepting the ball? Maybe actually gets an interception. Or maybe they get another sack on Goff. Strip sack fumble. 3rd and 13 from the 24. Goff down the middle again. It's caught, but it's 4th down. It'll be 4th and 2. With 1:45 and counting, they still have a timeout, but potentially here's your ball game. Defense gets a stop, Steelers can knee it out. But Lions going to call their 3rd and final timeout. Or are they going to look at that? Maybe that's incomplete. We'll say incomplete since it's 4th and 13 then rather than 4th and 2. Remember, it's a catch on the field, under 2 minutes, so they're looking at it up above with an expedited review. So it's 4th and 2 in the meantime, but previous play is under further review. That's incomplete. That is incomplete. That ball's moving way too damn much. But remember, it was a call on the field is a catch, so they have to find instant evidence to return it. But they already overturned. The Lions had won a challenge earlier, and so it's either going to be 4th and 13 or 4th and 2. Yeah. Stands is called to catch, but it's 4th and 2, not 4th and 13. Still need a stop on defense here. Come on, D, let's go. You get a stop here, you win the game. You give up a touchdown on this drive, you're going to lose the game. No shit, you don't fucking say, Tony Homo. Come on, defense, let's go. No penalties, though, on defense. No penalties. And tackle him in bounds. Over the middle. It's incomplete. Oh, bullshit. 2 flags come flying. I don't fucking think so. You gotta be kidding me. No way. No way. That is incomplete. Pass interference on the Steeler defense, my ass. You gotta be joking. I don't know. Fuck off. Jesus Christ. So 1st and 10 Lions at the spot. (29-24). Lions can win it with a touchdown. They haven't beat the Steelers home away neutral site since Thanksgiving Day 1998 when Jerome Bettis called tails. From the 49, it's 1st and 10. Come on, defense. Bend, but don't break. Pump fake, and then down he goes on the sack. And then there's a fucking flag. Come on. Personal foul. Tripping on the defense. Tripping? Are you kidding me? Tripping? Ball going to be at the 36-yard line with 1:19 to play. 1st and 10. Yeah, Steelers have 8 penalties for 89 yards today. Come on, defense. And pass is incomplete. Pick that up. It might be a fumble. The way they're calling all these penalties and reviews right about now. It's incomplete. 2nd and 10. Come on, defense. And they run a bubble screen, St. Brown. 1st down, inside the 20, down to the 12. You gotta be fucking joking right about now. .50 seconds. Steelers can't stop the clock. 1st and 10 Lions, down the middle. Incomplete. So 2nd and 10. Remember, goes back to the field goal that Boswell just missed. If he would have made it, it's an 8-point game. They still got to score and get the 2 to tie. But because he missed it, touchdown for the Lions takes the lead. It's 2nd and 10 with 45 seconds to play. Come on, defense. Bend but don't break. Quick bubble screen caught. And down at the 1-2 yard line, goal to go. Of course, fucking 35 seconds, and they can't stop the clock, and they're not, even if they do get the ball back, you know, there's not going to be any time. Goff, quick pass, St. Brown's wide open, caught. Mother, you gotta be fucking kidding me. St. Brown, touchdown Lions. 3 straight drives, the Lions down, what was it? 12-10, there's a flag on the play. Hold on, there's a flag on the play. There's a flag on the play. They're going to go for 2 if they pass interference on the offense. No touchdown. It's coming off. It's coming back. Replay 1st down. I was going to say they're going to go for 2 if they do get the touchdown to make it a 3-point game at 32-29. But Yeah, that's how he got wide open. They ran a pick route. They called it on the Steelers earlier, called it against the Lions now. So 29-24. Come on, defense. 22 seconds. Ball at the 11. Tackle him inbounds. Keep him out of the end zone. And a false start. Back him up. Yeah, remember, it was 12-10, 15-10, 22-10, and then 22-17, 29-17, 29-24. So from the 16 now, first and goal with 22 seconds to play. Goff. It's caught. Gibbs, he's down. He's down at the 8. He's down at the 8. Clock's ticking. And now faking injuries. That's a fucking penalty. Or the Lions called their third and final timeout. All right. But faking injuries is a penalty, especially under 2 minutes. The Steelers under Mike Tomlin are 103-0-1 when leading by 12-plus points in the fourth quarter. One of those ties was either against the Browns in 2018 or the Lions last time these two teams met in 21. They reset the clock with 16 seconds. It'll be second and goal, 29-24, and neither team has any timeouts. Keep them out of the end zone and tackle them in bounds. The clock could run out. From the 9, second and goal. Come on, defense. Need to stop. Goff looking to throw. Gonna step up. And it's incomplete. Third and goal with 11 seconds. But then obviously they still get to run at least one more play. Come on, D. Come on, defense. Aaron Rodgers is all of Steeler Nation right now. Come on, D. Third and goal from the 9. Empty set, 5 wide for the Lions. Jared Goff gets the snap. And in the end zone, it's incomplete. Incomplete. He had it and dropped it. Fourth and goal from the 9 with 6 seconds to go. And here's your ball game. Neither team has any timeouts, so we're going to run this next play and see what the hell happens. One more play, defense. One more stop. Bend, but don't break. Goff gets the snap. Pass, caught, and he's tackled at the 1, but there's a penalty on the play. He laterals it. Goff gets into the end zone. No, that's not a touchdown. He's down by contact. Clock runs out now, too. And there's a penalty on the play. If it's against the offense, there's going to be a 10-second runoff, and the game's going to be over. Zebras are huddling up. If it's against the Lions, the game's over. Refs trying to fucking screw the Steelers again in the Motor City. It's how the Lions won the last time they won. The Steelers are all waiting on the sideline. Where's Jerome Bettis at calling tales when you need him? Get the players back. Refs are huddling up talking. I'm waiting on a call just like everybody else is. And there's also expedited review Yeah, he's down at the 1. He's down, even with the catch. Here's the call. Touchdown, bullshit, but pass interference on the Lions by Roll. So touchdown, but because of the pass interference on the offense, there is no replay. The game is over. The Steelers win it 29-24. They get to 9-6. It's another winning season. All hell just broke loose. What the fuck happened? Post-game handshakes. We'll get into it in a minute. They said touchdown, but because of the penalty, and then the time expires, there is no replay on it. The game is over. And you don't extend it. Yeah, he bumped into him, pushed off, and then that's how he got open. And then Joey Porter and Jalen Ramsey tackled him. Yeah, what the hell did just happen? Steelers won. That's what happened. They get to 9-6. Play at the Browns next Sunday. Host the Ravens Week 18. They still got to beat Baltimore Week 18 to win the AFC North. But it's another winning season. 22 in a row. They've broken the Dallas Cowboys 1965 to 1985 record for the most non-losing winning seasons in a row in NFL history with the win today. Aaron Rodgers interview. See what he's got to say. Yeah, chaos for sure. Yeah, replacement refs. The Fail Mary on Monday Night Football with the Packers and Seahawks. Because forward progress was stopped with the pass interference, even though it was a touchdown, after he lateraled it and Jared Goff got in. Boos from the crowd. They don't like it. Come at you a lot of different ways, that's for sure. Yeah, they were able to run the ball in the second half. Goes back to the safety. They kicked the field goal. The score almost blew a 2-score lead. Give credit to the Lions. They came back and scored a couple times, almost scored again, but yeah, they probably should have scored more points. He's right. Yeah, win's the win at the end of the day. That's what matters. So win's the win. And Merry Christmas. Yeah, enjoy it. Yeah, this might be Rodgers' last time playing in Detroit, too. We're going to celebrate, and then we're going to watch Sunday night and root for the Patriots because they play the Ravens. So Pittsburgh's 9-6, Baltimore's still 7-7, but once again, Pittsburgh still plays at Cleveland next week, and then they host Baltimore Week 18. They still have to beat Baltimore Week 18 to win the AFC North, but if Pittsburgh would take care of business from now until then, because they won today, maybe win next week, and Baltimore loses from now until then, Patriots and Packers, before they even meet, Pittsburgh could just flat out win the division that way, though, then too. As Rodgers and Hayward walk off with Mike Tomlin, as Mike Tomlin also gets his 200th career win as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers today. 200th career. That's regular season and postseason. He now has 192 in the regular season, which is 1 away from tying Chuck Noll. 2 away from surpassing Noll. Obviously, if they'd win out, he would do that before the playoffs. But they're 9-6. It's another winning season. Like I said, it's the 22nd consecutive winning season for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They haven't had a losing season since 2003. It breaks the Dallas Cowboys streak from 65 to 85 for the most non-losing above 500 winning seasons in NFL history. So Steelers have won 3 in a row, I might add, as well. 3 in a row for the first time since weeks 3, 4, and 6 because of the bye week, early October. They're getting hot, man. This is what you want to be seeing right about now. You want to be playing your best ball down the stretch. You want to be a force to be reckoned with. You don't want to be no pushover and, lose out like they did last year. And it's an automatic win for whoever the hell you're playing. The Lions are going to be pissed. I get it. But the roles are the roles. I'm actually going to rewind this. And we're going to go back to the announcement of exactly what the hell happened. So, Carl Sheffers, once again, this is from a couple minutes ago. It's a touchdown, but pass interference. And by rule, penalty's not enforced, and then there's no replay, so the game is over. Yeah, it negates the penalty, or negates the touchdown. The penalty negates the touchdown. There's no replay. The game's over. So, yeah, just chaotic for sure. And, hey, the Lions with the refs a couple years ago against the Cowboys this time of year, reporting as eligible. Yeah, what'd Gene Steratore say again? Yeah, pass interference. You don't extend the game when there's a penalty, when there's zeros on the clock. That's why the game's over with that score the way it was. So he wasn't rolled down by contact yet either. So he lateraled it, and then, yeah, Goff got in the end zone. Yeah, I mean, that's clearly an offensive pass interference. He clearly pushed off, for sure. They found a way to win it, though. That's what matters. A win is a win at the end of the day. I don't care what it, took, what the final score was. A win's a win. So then, yeah, we got to the Aaron Rodgers interview. Jim Nantz and Romo signed off on CBS. They went to the commercial, and 60 Minutes is up next. As this 4:30 game went to almost 8 o'clock, and Sunday Night Football will be kicking off in about 20 minutes. But, I mean, what a game. What a game. And who knows next time they'll play. Just based off the NFL schedule, unless it's the extra add-in game, which it very well, could be in the future. The Steelers have, had the Packers as that extra add-in game before, the Seahawks, I believe somebody else, if I'm mistaken, but no, this is their first trip to Motown since 2017. They won that game. They hadn't played the Lions since 21. That game ended in a tie in Pittsburgh. But remember, the Lions still haven't beat the Steelers since Thanksgiving Day 1998. When the Steelers should have won that game for one. But as Jerome Bettis called tails, the ref said, no, you called heads. The Lions then got the ball and then won the game in overtime. So, I guess we're even on that now, for what it's worth. A little makeup call, damn near 30 years later. But, win's a win. You know, once again, that's what matters. And they took care of business. Hopefully the rest will sort itself out. That's what Rodgers was saying. Going to celebrate this one. You know, obviously, they'll get on the next week. Remember, they play at the Browns next Sunday at 1. They already beat Cleveland at the end of that last 3-game winning streak in October. But, yeah, root for the Patriots and root for the Packers against the Ravens tonight and next week before Pittsburgh plays Baltimore Week 18. So, because if Pittsburgh wins the AFC North, they're hosting a playoff game, you know. And then, more so than not, the 4 seed. They'll host the 5 seed, which that's been flipping and flopping around back and forth between the Bills and the Chargers. Which, remember, Pittsburgh lost to both of those teams already this year. The Charger game they probably should have won compared to the Bills a month ago. But they didn't win either of them. They lost both of them, so that's what it is. But not even worried about the opponent in the playoffs at this rate. Celebrate this win, yeah, I got to take care of business again next week and take care of business again the following week. So, you know, season ain't over by a long shot, but they squeaked one out, found a way to win it. When the Lions were coming back, you know, because they almost blew a 12, 15, 22-10 lead, 22-17, 29-17. And then 29-24, and then they almost, you know, scored again. But almost doesn't cut it. The refs for a full game, like I said, I get the Lions, and the Lions fans are going to be pissed about the ending. But for the whole entire game with the penalties, I mean, the reviews were, you know, what they were. They overturned the one on the challenge. They had the other one stand. I mean, the penalties they called, other than the last pass interference on the Steelers, I for the most part, agreed with everything else. I mean, they were staying away from some stuff, and then, I mean, the Steelers did shoot themselves in the foot with a ton of penalties, no doubt about it. And a lot of people are going to be saying, well, the Steelers should have lost this game. And, I mean, more power to you. You know, that's your opinion, by all means. And, I mean, at times they probably should have. But they had the momentum, you know, almost blew it, you know, a couple times there. But, you know, at the end of the day, they found a way to win it. And that's what matters, because a win's a win. So that's all anybody remembers, let alone cares about. So, yeah, 29-24 is going to be your final. Update some stats in a minute, but just can take a deep breath and a sigh of relief right about now. So, no TJ Watt for the second consecutive game. Another win. Hopefully he gets healthy, though, with his collapsed lung, so he can breathe and, get back, to playing football here. Even, Nick Herbig with his hamstring, and, James Pierre in the secondary, and Isaac Seumalo on the offensive line. Because then if they can get healthy and keep playing the way they're playing, they'll be in a damn good spot. So Pittsburgh going to get to 9-6 with 2 games to play. So it's another winning season once again. They have 22 straight non-losing winning seasons. And they surpass America's team, the Dallas Cowboys, for the longest streak in NFL history. In that regard, Pittsburgh covered at plus 7.5, over under at 52.5, so you can do the math on that. Steelers lead the all-time series now 18-14-2. Lions still have not defeated the Pittsburgh Steelers since Thanksgiving Day 1998. Rodgers 19-8 all-time against the Lions. We didn't have a single turnover today, did we? No. Had the safety, and that's when, the game, at least in the second half, really started to change. Because you knew time-wise, well, you're going to play until this game's over. But Week 16, from Thursday Night Football to last night to this game we just saw on Sunday Night Football to kick off shortly Monday Night Football tomorrow night. Some damn good football. Obviously, the college football playoff and the bowl games underway, but yeah, Steelers won at 29-24, your final score. So Detroit drops to 8-7. They were already in the hunt in the NFC playoffs. Pittsburgh, I might add, 2-2 against the NFC North now this year. They beat the Vikings, lost to the Packers and the Bears, and then just beat the Lions. Oh my. But yeah, like I said, once again, a win's a win at the end of the day. I mean, chaotic finish. That's what everybody's going to be talking about, tomorrow and, this week up until Thursday with Christmas, and then the 3 games then, and obviously into Week 17, which the Lions will play on Christmas. The Steelers will be at the Browns next Sunday, but just the defense needed to stop. They got the stop. It was a pass interference, even though it was a touchdown on the lateral after the penalty. They said by rule once again, as the clock expired, there's no replay. The game is over. So just this game, just looking back, at these scoring drives, because the Steelers went up 3-0 after a quick 3-and-out. And then the Lions had the chance to tie it at 3. They went for it, didn't get it. But then they got the ball back after a Steeler punt, kicked it, tied it at 3. And then it slowed down there in the second quarter. Teams were feeling each other out. Turned into a punt contest there for a little bit. And then the Lions took a 10-3 lead. That was the last time they led today. Because then just prior to halftime, the Steelers, on a miraculous throw, Kenneth Gainwell was motioned out of the backfield, and then Aaron Rodgers hit him on a deep ball far sideline. When it was a pass interference on the Lions, and then he caught it, was never down, so he realized that, got up and kept running into the end zone. Touchdown, and then obviously the penalties declined, so it was 10-10 at halftime. And remember, as the Steelers kicked off to begin the game, they got the ball back to begin the second half. So it was 10-10, and then the Steelers went on a drive. That drive went 9 plays, 65 yards, and took up almost 5 minutes. But Darnell Washington fumbled. Lions won the challenge because originally on the field he was down by contact. They won the challenge. 3 plays later, though, safety, 12-10 Steelers. Steelers, on the flip side, got the ball back off the free kick, went on a 17-play, 64-yard, 9-minute, 44-second field goal drive. Not a touchdown drive, but a field goal drive. 15-10. Obviously, after that, it's like, all right, if you get the ball back, field goal, it's an 8-point game at 18-10. Touchdown makes it even better. They did get the ball back, went and scored. It's 22-10. But then that's when the Steeler defense started to slip. Just as they did last week late, giving up a couple late garbage touchdowns. Today's touchdowns weren't garbage, though, because the Lions were still, within reach. By the time the Dolphins a week ago on Monday Night Football started scoring, the game was already over anyway. It was a blowout. 28-3 with the final at 28-15. So, yeah, Steelers give up 24 points, something they haven't done since they gave up 22 2 weeks ago at the Baltimore Ravens, one-score game. I mean, you're up 2 scores and it's still coming down, to the wire. Your typical, Steeler game with the defense needing to stop. Who would have thought? But, early fourth quarter, Pittsburgh's up 22-10 because that was the first of Jaylen Warren's rushing touchdowns. He had 2 separate 45-yard TDs as he had over 100 yards today. Gainwell had over 100 all-purpose, both rushing and receiving. So they got the run game going in the second half, no doubt about it. Run that screen game. DK Metcalf punched a fan, I might add. I think we've all forgot about that to this point. The NFL hasn't, though, I can guarantee you that. He'll definitely get fined. He might even get suspended. But since it wasn't on the field of play, the refs didn't see it and they couldn't do anything about it. So he was able to still play. He had a touchdown, but it got called off because of a penalty. MVS almost had a touchdown. But they had the wide receivers really step up today. We'll get into the individual stats in a minute, but yeah, it's 22-10, and then, like I was saying, that's when the Steeler defense started to break a little bit. They gave up a touchdown. It's 22-17, but then, hey, right back to the run game. Because even at 22-17, kick a field goal, you're up 8, but they rush it in again for 6, 29-17, but then they give up another touchdown. 29-24. And remember, with the Lions scoring, 2, almost 3 consecutive times to end the game, the third quarter, they had the ball for 3 plays in less than a minute because the Steelers' drives coming out of half and then the fumble, the safety, and then getting the ball back and driving and scoring again, it just took up all that time. But the Lions still were able to, come back because the Steelers couldn't finish. until they finished and, won the game at the tail end of what we just saw. But, 29-24. Boswell made the 59-yarder earlier. Had his extra points good. And then, what was it, 35, 37? Missed it right because he doinked it at the top of the goalpost. So missed field goal, because the missed field goal with a make would have made it an 8-point game, 32-24. Okay, we still have, just hypothetically, still have happen what we had happen. The Lions score, but then it's what it was, no touchdown, game's over because of the penalty. They still would have had to have scored and went for 2 just to tie to force overtime at 32. But because the missed field goal, that's why it was as chaotic as it got. That's why. Because with the touchdown, they were going to win the game. But offensive pass interference, even with the touchdown after because of the lateral, there was the play's dead, basically. There's no replay. Clock had expired. The game's over. 29-24 is your final score. You got to feel for the Lions, no doubt about it, because just think if that would happen to, your team, you'd be as pissed off as they are right now. So, hey, at the end of the day, though, wins a win for the Pittsburgh Steelers, 29-24. Jared Goff was 34-54, 364 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. They did sack him 3 times. The Lions, like I said earlier, were one-dimensional today. Gibbs, he had 10 catches, 66 yards receiving and a touchdown, but 7 carries, 2 yards rushing. David Montgomery, 4-14 on the ground. And he didn't have anything receiving. They didn't have a running game whatsoever. But Goff, once again, 34-54, 364, and 3 touchdowns. They were still there at the end of it until they weren't. They lose. Steelers win. Jameson Williams led the team with 5 catches, 70 yards. Gibbs, 10 of 66 on that touchdown, as mentioned. Khalif Raymond, 4-62 on the score. Monteron St. Brown, 4-54. Tesla, 4-52 on a touchdown. Ferkser, 4-40. And then Zolsta, 3 of 20. Jack Campbell had 16 total tackles. That's just a Big Ten linebacker for you. And then as the Lions lose by 5, Bates had 6 points with a field goal and 3 extra points made. But Boswell had 9 points in the 5-point win. 2 of 3 on field goals. Forgot about that one in between. To go up 15-10. Because remember, they were up 3-0. But then the safety and then the field goal drive, that took up all that time. But then he missed that 37, 40-yard or whatever it was to make it an 8-point game. What else we got? Rodgers, 27-41, 266 and a touchdown. That was to Kenny G. As the Steelers made noise and found a way to win in Motown today. Gainwell, 9 of 50 on the ground, 5 of 78 receiving in the touchdown. But Jalen Warren with 2 separate 45-yard rushing touchdowns, had 14 carries, 143 yards rushing, and 2 scores. Jonnu Smith, they've been getting him going in the run game. He had a rushing touchdown a week ago for about 20, 25 yards. 2 carries today, 28 yards for him. Rodgers, 2 of 9 as well. Gainwell, 5 of 78, as mentioned in the touchdown. Thielen, 4 of 49. Metcalf got his head on straight in the second half, but he's definitely going to get fined, might even get suspended. And the Fanny punched, as I guess he was going over for an autograph. And then the fan said something to him, and he didn't like it, and he punched him. that fan could even pursue legal action if he'd want to and, claim assault. But, Metcalf had 4 catches, 42 yards today. Like I said, almost had a touchdown, as did MVS. He had 1 catch, 6 yards. But, his ball was incomplete on the go route, and then Metcalf's touchdown was called back because of the penalty. Darnell Washington, 3 catches, 36 yards. Obviously had the fumble, but made up for it with a big catch a little bit later on. Pat Fryermuth, 4 catches, 20 yards, but they were all in the first half. Scotty Miller had 3 catches, 19 yards, and they were all on one single drive. One on 4th down, the other on 3rd down, and then the following 1st down. Calvin Austin, 8 yards receiving. Jalen Warren as well. Warren was better in the run game today. Gainwell was better in the receiving game today. But, 143 and 8, and then 50 and 78. I mean, you can do the math. They both had over, obviously, 100 total yards. But, MVS, 1 catch, 6 yards. The fumble. Yeah, that, I guess, would be the one turnover. But then the Lions couldn't capitalize off of it. They did not score off of it. The Steelers ended up getting the safety off of it. So, as I said then, it sort of worked out even better for them in the long run. Rather than scoring the touchdown, which would have been nice, go up 17-10, yeah, you have the fumble. But then you get the safety, you're up 12-10. But even better if they would have scored a touchdown after that to go up 2 scores at 19-10, but they, had to settle for 3 and kick the field goal up to 15-10. So, Lions were up 10-3, and then Pittsburgh tied it at 10 at halftime, 12-10, 15-10, 22-10, 22-17, 29-17, 29-24, and then 29-24 is your final. Duggar and Queen had 7 total tackles, Highsmith and Porter with 6. Peyton Wilson with a quiet afternoon, 5 total tackles for him. Jack Sawyer with 5 as well, as he stepped up alongside Alex Highsmith with no TJ Watt or Nick Herbig today. Hopefully both of them will be back soon. They had 3 sacks, 7 tackles for loss on Jared Goff. Keanu Benton had a sack, Cam Hayward had a sack, and Kyle Duggar had a sack. 7 tackles for loss, 2 by Alex Highsmith, 1 by Duggar on his sack, 1 by Jack Sawyer, 1 by Hayward on his sack. Jalen Ramsey with a tackle for loss, and Keanu Benton as well. And then, Boswell 2 of 3 on his field goals, 3 of 3 on his extra points for a total of 9 points. Overall total team stats before we sign off here this evening. The Lions had 11 total drives, 23 first downs. They were 6 of 15 on 3rd down, 1 of 2 on 4th down, and ran 69 total plays. Had 346 yards passing and 15 yards rushing for 361 total. Steelers with 8 penalties for 89 yards. The Lions 7 of 40. They were controlling the clock by a good, I believe it was 3 minutes at halftime. Finished the game with 25-54. And it's the 3rd quarter. Pittsburgh controlled the clock. As the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers found a way to win today, 29-24. The Lions had 10 total drives for 70 total plays, 23 first downs as well, 50% on 3rd down, which is a good sign. 8 of 16. They're also 100% on 4th down, 2 of 2. Had 251 yards passing, 230 yards rushing for that, 482. And then, 8 penalties, which sucks. They couldn't score in the red zone. They were 0-3, turned it over, but then got the safety and then had the momentum, and almost blew a lead, but as they controlled the clock by 34-06 to, 25-54. Balance, consistency, momentum, rhythm. They got the job done at the end of the day. That's what matters. They found a way to win. They didn't necessarily body slam Andre the Giant like Hulk Hogan did at WrestleMania 3 inside of the Pontiac Silverdome by any means. But, a win's a win. 29-24 Steelers over the Lions here today. So the Lions will play the Vikings on Christmas. Steelers will be at the Browns next Sunday at 1 o'clock. Sunday Night Football just kicked off. Ravens hosting the Patriots, so root for New England as much as you don't want to. Be nice to see the Ravens lose either tonight or next week against the Packers before the Steelers have to play them. But then you also probably want Baltimore coming in hot, thinking they're hot shit, and then, Pittsburgh just puts it to them. So, obviously, Pittsburgh found a way to beat the Ravens a couple weeks ago on the road, which was their first road win since, speaking of the New England Patriots, week 3. But then they won at the Ravens 2 weeks ago. They went on the road again today. And they'll be on the road again next week at the Browns, who they already beat, as well. And that was at the end of that first 3-game winning streak they had earlier this season. But, 29-24. Not really much else to be said. I've said everything, there is to say about this game. And, wrap up from the notes from earlier, and we recap, previewed, just went over those stats and scores. So, like I said, I get the Lions are going to be pissed. Well, tough shit. Rolls are rolls. Steelers win 29-24. Your final score once again. So, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coin Luke 96, live right here on YouTube. So, once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media if you haven't done so already. And Steelers at the Browns next Sunday before they host the Ravens Week 18. But they're playing some damn good football right about now. Hopefully they can keep it up. Hopefully they can get healthy as well. But, win's a win at the end of the day. That's what matters. 29-24, your final score. Steelers defeat the Detroit Lions the Sunday before Christmas on this first day of winter, December the 21st, 2025. Somebody's 99th birthday. And here we go, Steelers. Here we go, 29-24, your final score. But once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And hopefully everyone has a Merry Christmas on Thursday. 29-24, your final score. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go.